right, good morning. We're ready to call the board meeting to order for the Board of Equalization. Today is Wednesday, November 19th, and it's 10:06 a.m. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please call the roll?
Good morning. Chairman Gaines.
Here, sorry.
Vice Chair Lieber, here. Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer is not present.
Okay,
And Controller Emron.
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron, sorry.
Present, thank you.
all right, so quorum is present and the board meeting is called to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if Member Vasquez could please lead us in the pledge.
Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, members, we'll now move to opening remarks. Let's start with Member Vasquez, if you have some.
Thank you, Chair Gaines. And good morning, everybody. I just wanted to open up with a couple of observances here in November. The one we just had recently was Veterans Day, and I know several of you have participated in events within your districts, but I'm just reminded of, as we've been dealing with this whole exemption, especially for vets, it just comes to heart. And obviously, looking at the history, I didn't realize that originally, back in the day, it was called Armistice Day, which began back in 1926. Didn't change until Congress, I guess, officially had a resolution back in 1938. And today, of course, Veterans is celebrated throughout the country. And I know in California, it's a real big thing. I was invited to several things just in LA County alone. The next issue I wanted to raise this month as well is California has proclaimed November 25 as California Youth Homeless Outreach Prevention and Education Hope Month to recognize the need for individuals, schools, communities, businesses, and local governments and state to take action on behalf of runaway and homeless youth in California. And I know that seems to be a real growing population. I didn't even realize that in our city in Santa Monica, we have our own college district, and we actually have our own little homeless center. There's a lot of students now that are attending our community college that are homeless, and they actually turned over one of our churches into a little area where they could pitch a tent in their parking lots now, because many of these students are having a tough time. The other thing, California Coalition for Youth and other communities-based organizations provides, this group has been around for some time now. They're celebrating, I guess, their 14th annual Youth Hope Month to increase awareness and action on behalf of youth at risk currently living on the streets. The California Coalition for Youth operates the California Youth Crisis Line, which is an 800 number, 1-800-843-5200, 24 hours a day, if you know people that need that service. 1-800-843-5200. The other thing I wanted to mention is this is also National Native American Heritage Month, which is celebrated each year in November in the United States to celebrate and pay tribute to the indigenous people, past, present, who deeply enrich the quality and character of our nation. It is time to celebrate their rich and diverse cultures, languages, traditions, and histories. I had the opportunity to reach out to a couple of the tribes, and I didn't realize there's several up here in the north, going from San Francisco all the way up to our northern border. And in many cases, I was asking them about their housing situation. I didn't realize, even though they're on the reservation, many of them are still living like in tents and trailers. It's a real growing problem, even though we know it's a crisis in California as a whole. I thought the reservation was a little bit better off at least for their members. But it's a big crisis for them as well. And then just last but not least, want to just recognize our LA Dodgers again, once again, world champs.
Wow, amazing.
Second time in a row. Hasn't happened in what, about 30 years, I believe. Since, I think New York was the last time they did the back-to-back. For those of you up in the north, I feel your pain as well, but
I think
Thank you.
The Oakland A's are going to make a comeback.
with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
All right, great. Vice Chair Lieber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate Member Vasquez's words so much about the veterans, maybe not about some of the other things, but very much about our veterans. And, I think it's just that time of year when we are thinking about service and inclusion of others and the kind of solidarity that extends across many different faiths and is also part of our composition of our American ethos as well. And in that sense, I wanted to bring up the great work that's currently being done by our food banks in California. And they've seen a tremendous growth in the need, 20 to 30% growth, which you can't really spin up volunteers fast enough to deal with that kind of really considerable growth in the need for produce and for other kinds of food staples, as well as just the need for volunteers to get out to the homes of those who are not comfortable being out in the community and visible right now. So last year, the California Association of Food Banks shipped 250 million pounds of fresh produce. And this year, they are on track to be closer to 300 million pounds of produce. And obviously, representing a district, as Mr. Gaines does, that is, I would say, is primarily rural. We know how important this is to our California agricultural economy as well. As I mentioned, the need is great. We have close to 18% of Californians, that's 7 million of our fellow Californians that are unable to meet basic needs with their income. And I think it really highlights the importance of what the FTB does in terms of the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Young Child Tax Credit, and the Foster Youth Tax Credit are so important to make sure that the growth of the uptake of those funds restarts because they have declined over the past years. And make sure that all those who are vulnerable in California get everything that is owed to them and can be beneficial to their lives. I really urge every elected official in our state to join in the task of leveraging all of our fiscal resources, particularly as we face federal cutbacks, and to support the policies and programs that address the needs of California's lower income families and children. We know that our state cannot function as a state without those who earn the lowest wages. Our farm workers, in many cases service workers, and yet these folks are essential to our operation as a state. And then I want to renew our commitment to make sure that we are adequately and responsibly acting as stewards of our revenue resources, and to make absolutely sure that they are working efficiently and effectively to deliver maximum financial support for our poorest Californians, there could not be a time when that has been more important than it is right now. And so I want to thank the members for allowing me to make these comments. And actually, it's the time of year when we focus on our gratitude for what we have and our respect for our fellow Californians and for our fellow Americans, including the newest Americans, that are so necessary to the success of our state as the fourth largest economy in the world, and to our country on the world stage. So much depends on the 7 million Californians to help move our state and our country forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Vice Chair will now move to Deputy Controller Imran.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. I want to thank the board members, and good morning to you all. Almost Thanksgiving time, so we have some business to handle, but it's certainly an incredible time of year. I have an incredible job as a Deputy Controller of California, serving our great state controller, and I got to travel in this past week, and I was on a road trip, and I got to stop in Kern County, Bakersfield. It was the grand opening of the Hard Rock Casino. It's a $600 million project. It was on Native land, so I want to give a big congratulations during Native American Heritage Month to the Tohono Native tribe who put this project forward. It's in Mettler, California, where the 5 and the 99 meet. It's an incredibly 150,000 square foot casino. Almost felt like I was in Las Vegas. And it's right before the Grapevine too. And I thought it's going to be over 1,100 jobs in Kern County, permanent jobs. And it's really incredible to see development and entertainment and kind of California taking this next step in economic development, making sure that we are a destination for everybody. And also speaking of Thanksgiving, we have it coming up, and then it's Black Friday, but it's also a very important date that Saturday because it's Small Business Saturday. And I want to take a brief moment to recognize this. And it's an important reminder of the vital role that small businesses play in our state and local communities. Small businesses represent the spirit of entrepreneurship, create meaningful jobs, and contribute significantly to California's economic strength. I want to encourage everyone to shop local, spend your money in your communities, visit your mom and pop stores, and really in this holiday season to continue to show that we are the best state in the world. And then lastly, as I was taking this road trip, it was a lot of record rainfall, incredible storms. I saw many accidents on the way up and down. And I just want to urge everyone as we enter into the winter season to please proceed with caution, drive safe, take your distance and your space, and please have your emergency contacts ready to go just in case something happens. But we are going to be prepared as a state to respond. And I just want everyone to remain safe. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Controller. Member Schaefer?
Thank you, Chair Gaines. First of all, I'm sorry to be making a mistake. We used to have our first call out at 7:30, and they're now all at 8 o'clock. So, but unfortunately, it's a minor disturbance, and I appreciate your patience. As far as issues out of San Diego, I think we are leading the state in the slowness of home sales. And that means there's less turnover and less reassessment and less increase in assessed valuation and less tax income. It's not going to be significant, but that's what San Diego's known for, at least for now. I always mention a couple of celebrity birthdays. Today is the birthday of Indira Gandhi, who was the Prime Minister of India. She was assassinated, which happens in this world of crazy turmoil. And it's also the birthday of the late Larry King, who we used to all enjoy in newscasting. I'm honored to have known Larry King because he used to go to the same restaurant every Sunday in Beverly Hills for bagels. And I would be in LA on weekends, and I used to always show up at the same restaurant and be able to say hello to him 4 times a month. And he was always a fascinating gentleman who really worked hard and excelled in his business. I'm very pleased with all the progress we're making, and thank you.
Great, thank you, Member Schaefer. I'd like to just also recognize Veterans Day on November 11th, and I had the honor of attending the local ceremony in El Dorado County, and just want to show my respect and gratitude for everyone who has served to keep our nation safe and free. El Dorado County Veterans Monument has engraved bricks that you can sponsor to honor the lives of our veterans. A few years back, I purchased one to remember the service of my father, who was a tail gunner in a B-17 in the European theater. He flew 35 missions, and I'm grateful he survived because I'm here too, and my siblings. So that's a blessing. The money from these bricks goes to support veteran-related scholarships in the country, as well as being a permanent reminder of those who pledged a part of their lives to the finest military in the world. To all of our veterans, I want to say a heartfelt thank you for your commitment to the United States and our citizens. I attended the lunch afterwards, and I talked to a couple of veterans who had Purple Hearts, and the stories were incredible in terms of what they had been through. But I also, in correlation with that, want to just recognize Toys for Tots because they do their gift giving collection of gifts. They're asking people to give gifts, and they're throughout the state. But I'm going to volunteer in El Dorado County, and we're going to do some sorting of the gifts before they're given to the kids. But just a great effort on their part. And the Marines know how to organize stuff. It's the things just click and everything's well done. So it's impressive. Also wanted to recognize our Sheriff Lykoff in El Dorado County, and he has a toy collection opportunity that he has coming up December 1st. I think it's in conjunction with our food bank, but it's nice to see that community effort to help those in need. And then I just hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving. I'm extremely thankful for my health and the health of my wife after our accident, and thankful for all of the wonderful responses from people all over, praying for us and hoping for healing. And it was just an amazing experience in terms of people reaching out, and it really gives you hope for our country and our state when people care about the needs of others. And that's something that's so critical, I think, in terms of making sure that we're helping out family members and friends and those in our community that we may not know. One thing I can't emphasize enough how important it is to go to settings in your iPhone, and under settings you can scroll down to emergency SOS. And it's just an incredible technology. I had it set up with contacts. It contacted our twin daughters. It contacted my wife, we were in our upside down truck and her phone was ringing. But so that didn't help. But it went out to our twin daughters, and they tried to call us, no contact, so they called 911. They had the coordinates because that's provided through the app, so they knew exactly where we were. And we had no cell service where that occurred. So I believe the call that our daughter made actually alerted the authorities because of the bad cell service there. But it's really important. So please remember to go to that app and put in more than one person, because you might be with that person. So put in a couple of contacts and they'll be dialed automatically in the event of an accident. If it's a false alarm, you can always stop it so that it doesn't go through and make the contacts. But amazing technology. I'm blown away at how many people have not done it. Maybe I've done it because I ski, and so if I take a spill, I want to make sure that, and I'm unconscious, I want to make sure that operates. It operates, I just want to emphasize, via satellite. So you don't have to have cell service. You can be anywhere, and it will send that notification out. All right. On that note, I think we're ready to get going.
Chair, I had a comment.
Yes.
You mentioned Thanksgiving. It comes to mind that when I was growing up, my dad, who was a veteran, every Thanksgiving would contact the local naval base, and they would always send us 4 sailors that were far from home. Dad would go around and pick them up, and they'd spend the Thanksgiving dinner with us at our home.
Wow, that is
They
cool.
would teach me card tricks. It was quite a thing for a little kid to have these 4 really neat 18-year-olds show up.
Wow.
I'd like to ask that anybody within hearing that can have a few visitors for Thanksgiving dinner, call your local military base and make the offer, and they'll identify people far from home, and you'll be better off for the opportunity.
That's great. And that was in San Diego?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure anywhere there's a military base, they have
Sure.
young men far from home that would love a bit of family.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, let's see. Now we're going to go to our first order of business, and that's the safety and informational announcements presented by Ms. Cicchetti. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and other wireless devices. Our safety announcement: in the auditorium, the exits are located on each side of the stage at the front, and additional exits are available at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the exit sign and the closest exit to you in the event of an emergency. Our informational announcement: the board meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Public comments are taken on each agenda item. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on an agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We also ask all speakers in the auditorium, on the AT&T telephone line, or by teleconference to state your name before speaking for the record. This concludes the safety and informational announcement.
Wonderful.
Yes. At
Yes.
this time, Ms. Cohen is here, Controller Cohen. Good morning,
Good morning,
Controller
everyone.
Cohen. Yes, and we have our
Good morning, Controller Cohen.
remote appearance statement. Controller Cohen is appearing remotely. If a board member attends a meeting by teleconference from a remote location, the member shall disclose whether any other individuals 18 years or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relationship with any such individuals. Therefore, Controller Cohen, is there anyone in the room with you at your remote location?
Thank you, ma'am. I attest that I am in the room alone.
Thank you very much. We may proceed.
Okay. I'll now proceed to public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. People who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note the board cannot act on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And it's my understanding we do not have any written comments, and I don't believe there's anybody in the audience that I see. Okay. Therefore, we will go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. For comments, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 and then 0.
These are items not on the agenda.
And no one in queue, sir.
Great. Thank you, moderator. We'll now move to tax program matters. That's item 2, state assessed property board role changes. This matter is a constitutional function, contribution disclosure forms, We've already addressed that issue, and we don't have any conflicts. Okay, great, thank you. And we have Mr. McCool, who will present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll. I'm here to present one roll correction to the state assessed roll for the board's
Your
consideration.
mic might not be on.
Closer. Okay. Thank you. I'm here to present one roll correction to the state assessed roll for the board's consideration. This roll correction removes the assessed value for a particular land parcel in Santa Clara County from the state assessment roll for years 2022 through 2025. The parcel in question should not have been state assessed, but should have been assessed locally. Upon adoption of this roll correction, we will notify the county of the change in value, and the county will have the ability to add a value for this land parcel to their local roll in the form of an escaped assessment. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and I ask for your adoption of this roll change. Thank you.
Just an issue of clarification. Are we approving corrections to 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 board rolls of state assessed property as recommended?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
It's one particular land parcel for 4 years.
Okay, great, thank you.
So moved.
Okay, all right, we've got a motion and a second, and okay, all right. Okay, let's see, we don't have any written comments on this item. Therefore, we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Certainly, please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 and then 0. And we have no one in queue, sir.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? Okay, all right, seeing none. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve corrections to the 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 board rolls of state assessed property as recommended by staff, seconded by Member Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Under tax program matters, it's item number 3, property tax appeal, non-appearance consent matters. Non-appearance consent matters will be taken in a single vote. This matter is a constitutional function, and we've already determined there's no conflicts of interest. Mr. McCool, will you please present this item?
Thank you. Good morning again. Jack McCool, Chief, State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today are 2 petitions for reassessment of 2025 unitary value for your consideration. In both matters, SAPD staff and representatives for the petitioners were able to work collaboratively to resolve the issues raised in the petitions. The petitioners were cooperative during the process and provided staff with additional information and data that was requested. As a result, SAPD staff and the petitioners are in agreement on the recommendations before you, and I ask for your adoption of the joint recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. So you're recommending a motion to approve staff recommendations as presented?
Correct.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, and do we have a second? Okay. All right. We'll now go to public comment. We don't have any written comments on this item or anybody in the auditorium. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. And we presently have no comments, sir.
We don't have any, is that correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? Okay, all right, seeing none. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve staff recommendations as presented with a second by Member Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Again, under tax program matters, before we proceed to the next section, Mr. Moon from the legal department will make a statement regarding the adjudicatory matters. All right.
Good morning, members of the board. This is just a quick reminder that on this part of the tax program matters on the agenda, the questions that board members may wish to ask that we can answer are limited. And so the appeals attorney will give a summary, but we are essentially limited to the appeals attorney's description. So thank you.
Okay, can you just clarify for the public why that is the case?
Yeah, so under this matter portion of the agenda, they have, the petitioners, that is, have decided to treat this as a non-appearance matter, and that retains their confidentiality for the statements and the exhibits that they've submitted and the information they've submitted to SAPD.
Okay, and so they submit it, and then BOE staff reviews it, and then it's presented to us for a vote.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Moon. So we'll now move to item 4, Pio Pico Energy Center, LLC, property tax appeal, non-appearance adjudicatory. Our clerk, Ms. Cicchetti, will make the administrative announcements for this adjudicatory matter.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Item 4, no parties are required to appear. Contribution disclosure forms are required under Government Code Section 15626. The Chief of Board Proceedings has received completed contribution disclosure forms for all parties, agents, and participants on this matter. All board members indicated that their records disclose no disqualifying contributions from these taxpayers, parties, and their agents or participants. The Chief of Board Proceedings provided the board member offices with an ex parte memorandum listing all parties, agents, and participants to ensure there were no ex parte violations. No violations have been disclosed. This concludes the administrative announcement for this item.
Okay, Ms. Wilkman, the appeals attorney, is presenting this matter. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. I am Sarah Wilkman, the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I have submitted a summary decision for Pio Pico Energy Centers, LLC 2025 petition for your consideration. In this case, the petitioner has waived their appearance and is requesting the board decide this petition based on the written record of the case. This case is subject to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within the summary decision, the petitioner has not met its burden of proof as to either issue raised in the petition. Accordingly, I recommend that the board deny this petition, thereby affirming the 2025 board-adopted unitary value. And I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Great, thank you. Members, do we have a motion to deny the petition? Okay, we have a second. Okay. All right, great. Okay, public comment on item number 4. We don't have any written comments and nobody in the auditorium. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. And no one is in queue, sir.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Members, any discussion? All right, seeing none. We have Member Schaefer, who has made a motion to deny the petition, and a second by Vice Chair Lieber. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. We're now going to move to item 5, Netley Fiber Holdings LLC Property Tax Proposal, Non-Appearance Adjudicatory. Our clerk, Ms. Cicchetti, will make the administrative announcements for this adjudicatory matter. Ms. Cicchetti, please proceed.
For item 5, no
Yes.
parties are required to appear. Contribution disclosure forms are required under Government Code Section 15626. The Chief of Board Proceedings Division has received completed contribution disclosure forms for all parties, agents, and participants on this matter. All board members indicated that their records disclose no disqualifying contributions from these taxpayers, parties, their agents, or participants. The Chief of Board Proceedings provided the board member offices an ex parte memorandum listing all parties, agents, and participants to ensure that there were no ex parte violations. No violations were disclosed. This concludes the administrative announcement for this item.
Great, thank you. Ms. Wilkman, the appeals attorney, is presenting this matter. Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board, I, as the appeals attorney, have prepared and submitted a summary decision for Netley Fiber Holdings LLC's 2025 petition for your consideration. Based on the written record and the agreement of the parties that is reflected within that summary decision, I am recommending that the board adopt the parties' agreed to recommendation, thereby reducing the 2025 unitary value to $96 million. I ask for your adoption of my recommendation.
Great, thank you. Members were being asked to approve the revised recommendations as agreed upon. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, wonderful. Discussion, yes. Can we discuss this? I guess that's,
Not really.
okay, so we can't get into specifics. I don't know if you can even get into a general question or not.
I had a general question. I just was surprised that the matter came to the board level. I would think that when it was originally presented to our office, it would have disclosed the issue about engineering costs for discontinued projects, and we would have handled that administratively. Could you just explain why it has to come to the board?
Well, I can't comment on the specifics in the case. I would say because the original roll values were adopted by the board, any changes to those adopted values needs to be heard by the board.
Okay, thank you. That's
yeah.
good explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we have the motion, we have the second. Public comment, we do not have any written comments, and no one is in the auditorium who wishes to make public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Please press 1 followed by 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. And we have no one in queue.
Great, thank you, moderator. Members, I would imagine there's no discussion, but okay. All right, and we have Member Vasquez, who's made a motion to approve the revised recommendation as agreed upon, with a second by Member Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. Our next order of business will be the tax program matters, public property appeal, oral hearing. Our clerk will make the administrative announcements for the oral hearing. Ms. Cicchetti, please proceed.
All righty. The remote oral hearing procedures are as follows. For the petitioner and representatives, while waiting in the Microsoft Teams environment, please be ready to unmute and turn on your camera as requested. After the administrative announcements, the chair will introduce the oral hearing. Then the appeals attorney will introduce your case. After the appeals attorney has completed the introduction, the parties will then be asked to introduce themselves and their affiliation with the taxpayer, the petitioner, or the State Assessed Property Division, the department, for the record. Contribution disclosure forms are required under Government Code Section 15626. The Chief of Board Proceedings Division has received completed contribution disclosure forms for all parties, agents, and participants for this property tax appeal oral hearing. All board members indicated that their records disclose no disqualifying contributions for these taxpayers, their agents, or participants. The Chief of Board Proceedings provided the board member offices with an ex parte memorandum listing all parties, agents, and participants to ensure that there was no ex parte violations. No violations were disclosed. This is a constitutional function. This hearing is conducted under Section 40 of the Revenue and Taxation Code. To prepare for this oral hearing, board members had access to records to review and consider the merits of the property tax appeals oral hearing, including but not limited to the petition, the opening brief, reply brief, hearing exhibits, and summary decision. After the board hears the oral arguments today from the representatives of the petitioner and the department, and considers the evidence, it may vote to adopt the staff recommendation, reject it, or make a determination to resolve the issues under consideration in the hearing. The petitioner and the respondent will each have 60 minutes to make their initial presentation. Then the petitioner will have 10 minutes for rebuttal, followed by questions from the board members. This concludes the review of the administrative procedure for the oral hearing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We're now going to address item number 6, property tax appeals oral hearing, petition for reassessment of the 2025 unitary value. And this is with regards to Southern California Edison Company. And the appeals attorney, Ms. Wilkman, will introduce this matter.
Oh, I apologize, Chairman Gaines. It's Mr. Lou Ambrose is the appeals attorney.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I was looking down. Okay, so the appeals attorney, Lou Ambrose, will introduce this matter.
Good morning, Chair Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Lou Ambrose, appeals attorney for the 2025 appeal of the unitary property assessment of Southern California Edison, a public electric utility operating in Southern, Coastal, and Central California. The 2025 board adopted value is $41,664,500,000. Petitioner Southern California Edison is requesting a 2025 unitary value of $35,821,100,000. The State Assessed Property Division recommends that the board rather affirm the 2025 unitary value. Because the amount of tax in controversy exceeds $500,000, this appeal is subject to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40, which requires that after the board hears and decides the petition, the appeals attorney will draft a written decision to memorialize the board's action. Petitioner listed 7 issues in the petition, but as explained in the hearing summary, certain of those issues are addressed in either the general concerns or the 5 stated issues in the hearing summary, which are as follows. Whether petitioner has shown that respondent, State Assessed Properties Division, has failed to reconcile the historical cost less depreciation value indicator or the capitalized earning the capitalized earning ability indicator of value. Secondly, whether petitioner has shown that State Assessed Properties Division erred by placing 75% reliance on the historical cost indicator and 25% reliance on the capitalized earning ability indicator. Third is whether petitioner has shown that State Assessed Properties Division must adjust the board adopted value for petitioner's liabilities for damage caused by the 2017 and 2018 wildfires and mudslides. Fourth, whether petitioner has shown that respondent, State Assessed Properties Division, improperly assessed the wildfire mitigation capital expenditures. And fifth, whether petitioner has shown that State Assessed Properties Division has erred in its treatment of wildfire insurance fund-related contributions. Chair Gain and members, please note the petitioner has the burden of proof to show that the 25 unitary value was incorrect or illegal, and has to show that with factual specificity as to any or all of the issues. In other words, the 2025 board adopted unitary value is lawful and correct unless specifically shown otherwise by the petitioner. And just one other matter, the petitioner has requested or did request and submitted the complaints that have been filed for the Superior Court, the refund action for tax years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 as exhibits for the current appeal. Staff rejected those complaints as unsolicited evidence in this appeal, which is required by the board's regulations. And rather, as we've stated in the hearing summary, appeals would request that the board take notice of the existence of the lawsuits between itself and petitioner, but not give judicial notice or take notice of those specific complaints.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Ambrose. I'm wondering if you could just clarify for the public why this appears every year procedurally. Why does this case appear before the BOE each year? Because we've heard it several times, but I just want to be clear.
Why Southern California Edison is appealing this assessment, or?
Yes, and is there a requirement for them to appeal each year?
Oh, yes,
each
sir.
And every year?
Yes, indeed, yes. In order to, a taxpayer has to appeal every year because each year stands on its own.
Okay.
And in order to go forward, in the event that the board denies the appeal or they don't have the relief that they seek, they have to exhaust what is called an administrative remedy in order to then file an action in court to take the appeal further.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, you're welcome.
And I just want to welcome the petitioner to the Board of Equalization. Please unmute your microphones. And do you have a microphone? Are you coming to the?
They're coming through the Teams. Yeah, give the techs a minute to get everything up, if you don't mind.
Okay, so unmute your
There we go.
microphones. And introduce yourselves and state your affiliation with the taxpayer record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Controller, and members of the board. My name is Marty DeKessian. With DeKessian Law, I'm joined by my colleagues, Joshua Lynn, our co-counsel, Mr. Charles Moll, with the law firm of McDermott, Will & Schulte. We represent Southern California Edison and its millions of ratepayers. Also with us today from Southern California Edison Company are Mr. Carl Matthews, Principal Manager, and Mr. David Lee, Tax Manager. We thank you for having us here today. And I just want to say, on a human note, I can say on behalf of myself, my colleagues, and our client, we're all very grateful that you and Mrs. Gaines are well. We're quite shocked to hear about the accident. And, we just wish everybody in the BOE family well as we head into the holiday season, notwithstanding our differences with staff. and with the board in past years. We're grateful that you've given us an audience, and we wish you all well.
Great, thank you very much.
So I don't know if you would like us to begin, Mr. Chairman, but I
Yes,
know
please.
everybody is familiar with the issues. Okay. I think what we'd like to do this year, because we've been here before, and I think everybody understands what these issues are, we'll just summarize the points that we would like your board to consider, and then reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal, for answering any questions that you may have. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to proceed that way.
Yeah, that's fine. You have 60 minutes to present your case, and I think this was mentioned earlier, but additionally, after the conclusion of the department's presentation, you'll be given time for rebuttal, followed by questions by board members. Please note that the clerk will provide you with a 5-minute warning as you near the end of your presentation time. Thank you. You
Okay.
can proceed.
Well, thank you. So the central consideration in determining fair market value is that of the willing buyer or the reasonably prudent buyer. In other words, what would a reasonably prudent buyer pay for Edison's property, pay for Edison's assets? And as we go through the presentation, I would like to respectfully request that you put yourselves, as you're considering the issues, in the shoes of a reasonably prudent buyer. And keep coming back to this concept when you listen to the presentation of the respective parties. What would you as a willing buyer pay for this property? What would you as a willing buyer, how would you consider the earning power of these assets? What would you think about the expenses associated with this property, these assets, such as insurance costs? How would you view as a willing buyer the risk of catastrophic wildfires and their impact on Edison's property and the liability for damages caused by that property? What would you think as a reasonably prudent buyer of the wildfire environment in California as it sits today and as we've discussed in previous years? What would you think of climate change and the possibility of these wildfires recurring? Do you think that the Thomas fires are a one-time event? Do you think that the wildfire events we've seen in recent years and in this year are going to go away and are unlikely to be repeated? Would you factor that in as you're considering the value, the overall value of these assets? That's really the North Star in determining what value is what would it go for? What would it exchange for on the open market between a willing buyer and a willing seller without exigencies? What would you pay for assets you can't earn a return on? Would you factor in the potential for future lawsuits? You understand sort of the line of reasoning here, the insurance costs and so forth. These are all things that a reasonably prudent buyer would consider. And so with that in mind, we have a few specific issues based on that general framework that we would like you to consider. So we've spoken before. The first issue we've spoken before in the past has to do with capital expenditures that Edison is not allowed to earn a return on. What do I mean when I say that? So in a regulated utility context, we use a value indicator called historical cost less depreciation, or HCLD. And the reason that we use that is because the assets at issue are regulated by the CPUC. Edison's a regulated company. So the CPUC regulates Edison's assets, regulates its ability to earn income on those assets. And that's what we refer to when we talk about a rate-based regulated utility. The rate base is the universe of property that the CPUC says that Edison is allowed to earn a return on. What happens when we have assets that Edison has to purchase, has to make expenditures for, but is not allowed to earn a return on? And so that's what we're talking about here when we talk about the 1054, the AB 1054 capital expenditures. These were wildfire mitigation expenditures that by law, Edison had to incur, but by law, they could not earn a return on. And we would like to have those assets removed fully from the historical cost indicator, because the purpose of the historical cost indicator, as we've talked about in previous years, is to measure the earning power of these assets. This is not like a single family residence where you would look to comparable sales. What did your neighbor's homes sell for? So on and so forth in valuing these assets. What reasonably prudent buyers are concerned with here is what kind of income can these assets generate? And that's why the two methods that we're looking at here are the historical cost indicator, which is a bit of a misnomer. It sounds like, oh, it's what you paid for it. No, it's what you are allowed to earn on in a regulated environment. And then the income indicator, what you're allowed, what the cash flows show. So we're looking at two approaches that are trying to measure the same thing. And here we have a historical cost indicator that includes items, quite simply, that they cannot by law earn a return on. And we want those assets fully out of the historical cost indicator because they cease to have their purpose. If the purpose of historical cost is to measure the earning power of the utility, and there's an asset that Edison is not allowed to earn a return on, it should be taken out, quite simply. That's the first issue. Second issue has to do with the Wildfire Insurance Fund initial contribution. So in its income approach, staff did not properly account for Edison's initial upfront payment to the Wildfire Insurance Fund required again by Assembly Bill 1054. Staff should have allowed Edison to annualize its initial $2.4 billion contribution just as the assessor's handbook directs. Staff says it doesn't need to do that because the expense was incurred, the contribution was incurred before the lien date in 2020, and that this is therefore something that should not be considered. But again, your own assessor's handbook says that in the case of prepaid insurance, which this unquestionably is, you are allowed to annualize that. You're allowed to spread that ratably over a period of years. Staff didn't do that. They excluded it entirely. So that's wrong. That shouldn't have happened. Staff also has said that, well, we haven't established that the initial contribution is itself a recurring expense. We respectfully disagree. The insurance contribution is an insurance payment. Edison makes insurance payments every year. It should be considered as a recurring expense, first of all, in that regard. The fact that there isn't an identical insurance initial contribution is really of no moment. The fact is that Edison needed to make this payment to have access to the Wildfire Insurance Fund, and that's exactly what it is. It's an insurance payment, and I don't think we need to overthink this and say that an identical payment just like that one needs to have been made, but I think that's what staff appears to be arguing. But in any event, I can assure you that a willing buyer would certainly take a prepayment like this into account. Because if you were to compare two companies, one that has made a payment before the lien date and the other that has not made this payment at all, a willing buyer would pay more for the company that has made the contribution because that buyer could benefit from greater future cash flows due to the coverage of wildfire losses. That represents an intangible asset. That intangible value should be excluded from taxation. So it's an intangible asset because the value of the associated cash flows and increased income are impacted. Those values should be excluded from the income indicator. So it's either a properly annualized insurance expense or it's an intangible that needs to be removed. In either case, at a bare minimum, these expenses should be reflected in the income approach. The third issue pertains to wildfire claims liabilities. They should be removed from both the historical cost and the CEA indicator. So Edison is entitled to a reduction for the ongoing 2017-2018 wildfire claims liabilities. Staff's position, once again, is that these are past expenses and therefore they're contrary to Rule 8, which seeks to capture a future income stream, but this is incorrect. Although the events giving rise to these expenses are in the past, the expenses themselves are future expenses that Edison will pay for after insurance recoveries and is continuing to pay for. So the fact that the event is in the past doesn't mean that the cash expense is in the past, first of all. Staff also says that these claims liabilities are, again, non-recurring expenses. And I don't think there's anything that says that expenses need to be recurring to be taken into account. Something a willing buyer would absolutely consider if there's the possibility of catastrophic wildfires. But I do think that the scientific community, there is a consensus that wildfires, despite the best mitigation efforts that Edison itself has undertaken, they will continue to be recurring. They will continue to be of greater magnitude. And so this is not something that a reasonably prudent business person, a reasonably prudent buyer could disregard. The cost of incurring future claims that are caused by Edison's equipment, regardless of fault. This is not a negligent situation, it's a strict liability situation. If a car rams into one of Edison's poles that is supporting a power line, and that power line crashes and falls upon a house, and the house burns down, under strict liability, Edison in that scenario would be liable. So a reasonably prudent buyer looking at something like that, I think would definitely take that into account. If the reasonably prudent buyer were to know that regardless of fault, if there is a causal link, then there will be a problem there. There will be a potential claim. So staff says that Edison's actions have mitigated the risk of future wildfires, and that is true, but that doesn't tell the full picture. It is true that Edison has taken measures to reduce wildfire risk and that these measures have improved the situation, no doubt about that. But it is also true, according to the science, that the risk of wildfires still remains significant, and these concepts are not inconsistent with one another. They've done their part, but the risk still remains. So staff's position is really not tenable in light of this background, and also just, it doesn't really pass the eye test. You know, sadly, we had the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles just this past January. A large sector of the fire insurance industry has left California. The legislature recognized that it needed to augment the wildfire insurance fund through Senate Bill 254. So I know staff's going to point to bond ratings and so forth. What I will note is that there's been a slight uptick in the bond outlook, or the outlook by the bond markets. I would point out that Edison has not recovered in its bond rating to the levels and the rating that it had previous to the Thomas and Woolsey fires in 2017, 2018. So, in short, a staff's position that the expenses are non-recurring runs counter to established science, to business considerations, to what we're seeing in the regulatory environment right now. And also, it's, I think, a little bit contrary to common sense. I don't mean to be harsh, but when we see everything that's happening, it's hard to make an argument that a reasonably prudent buyer would turn a blind eye to what's been happening in connection with the wildfire crisis and the marketplace and the insurance expenses and so forth. So just to summarize, so a willing buyer would absolutely consider claims liabilities that Edison is paying in connection with the Thomas and Woolsey fires in at least 3 different respects. 1, although they're past events, the payments are current payments that impact cash flows. There's a strong possibility a buyer would have to take on these liabilities when purchasing those assets. And 3, a prudent buyer would have to consider the possibility they would be on the hook for future claims from future wildfires. So that's the insurance piece. That's the claims liability piece. The 4th issue we'd like to bring to the board's attention has to do with the reconciliation. And we recognize that the value indicators can yield different results. But where you have significantly different results between the historical cost indicator in this case and the income indicator, then you have to reconcile the difference. You have to justify how you arrive at the final opinion of value. And we don't think that that's really happened here, respectfully. We think that staff has advanced some theories as to why that might be the case. And it has said, well, maybe it's this factor or maybe it's that factor. But the reality of the situation is staff has been using the same weighting, the same 75-25 weighting in arriving at its final opinion of value that it has for the last 15 years. None of that has changed, even though the wildfire crisis has reached a fever pitch here in California. When you have this sort of regulatory environment and the expenses that are imposed on an investor-owned utility, expenses that cannot be recovered, then if you're not going to account for those expenses by removing them from the historical cost indicator or account for them in the income approach, then you should at least explore a weighting adjustment, or at least give a better explanation of what is actually going on. How do you arrive at the final opinion of value instead of just going with the 75-25 weighting because you want to be consistent and you've done it for years. In some situations, that sort of consistency is laudable. I think in this situation, I think it's not really the way that we should be doing this. When things changed definitively, if you look at, from an economic perspective for Edison in 2017 and 2018, and for the entire state in terms of the occurrence of wildfires, there should be, some explanation beyond what staff has provided as to why these indicators are so far apart, and also some explanation, really, more to the point regarding reconciliation. How did you arrive at the final opinion of value, given that the value indicators are so far apart? And I think the numbers are 43.7 billion historical cost and 35.6 billion income. That's like a 23% difference. That's $8 billion. So either way, it's certainly a large disparity. And when arriving at the final opinion of value, we need to understand how they got there instead of just we weighted at 75-25 because that's what we've been doing. So the last issue I want to talk about, it kind of dovetails into what I was saying, was the whole weighting situation. How are we measuring value? What value indicators are we using, and what weight are we giving to the value indicators? And again, prudent buyers care about what? They care about the earning power of the utility. They care about what kind of return am I going to get on my investment? And I think we should all agree that for this type of property, a willing buyer would only pay for value based on the earning power of the utility. What returns can it generate? So, and to be fair, again, it's a rate-regulated utility, so it is absolutely fair to look at the historical cost approach, but when there is a disconnect, as we have here, between the historical cost approach and the income approach, put yourselves in the shoes of a willing buyer. You've got historical cost, which includes assets that you can't earn a return on, and you're being asked to pay a price that reflects these non-returning assets. Would you do that? Or would you look more to the cash flows of the property? That's what a reasonably prudent investor would do. You would look to cash flows, whether you're appraising regulated or unregulated properties. The only relevance of historical cost here, of course, is that because we have a rate-regulated utility, historical cost, again, measures earning power in that rate-regulated environment. So if you agree with the theory, and you agree that a willing buyer would be taken aback by an $8 billion difference, then you really have to make an adjustment, at the very least, to the weighting. You either use the income approach entirely, or you place the predominant weight on the income approach. And that's just from a high level, reasonably prudent investment theory. But we actually have a regulation that has the force and effect of law, Rule 8, that says that you should be using the income approach here. If not entirely, certainly predominantly. Rule 8 says that the income approach is the preferred approach for the appraisal of improved real properties and personal properties when reliable sales data are not available and the cost approaches are unreliable because the reproducible property has suffered considerable physical depreciation, functional obsolescence, or economic obsolescence. Is a substantial over or under improvement isn't misplaced or subject to legal restrictions on income that are unrelated to cost. And that's what we have here. That's what we have here. Again, I don't know that staff would disagree with us on the concept, right? They said during the 2023 hearing, HCLD is clearly the most reliable approach. Why? Yeah, because in rate regulation, the regulator begins with the value of the assets, then they take those assets and they determine how much income those assets can earn. This is a direct quote from staff. So, if they say, I don't think we would argue with the sort of general premise that potential purchasers would look to the income, but if there was a potential purchaser wanting to purchase these assets, they would look at CPUC's rate base and the income that could produce over looking at our income indicator. And that's true, but in this situation, you have a gross disparity between the historical cost and the income. Here, you have a historical cost indicator that includes assets you're not allowed to earn a return on, like the AB 1054 cap expenses primarily. So it's not just, that historical cost is what a reasonably prudent investor would look to in and of itself. No. Prudent investor would look at that because to the extent that it's indicative of the earnings of the utility. So, that's sort of the theory behind that. So, all right, a few important corollary principles here, and then I will wrap up the presentation, our opening presentation, which is that the purpose of the HCLD method has not been met. The purpose of it is to measure earning power of the utility. When you have underperforming assets, I know I'm being a little bit repetitive, but when you have underperforming assets, then the historical cost indicator ceases to have utility. This limit on earning power we call external obsolescence. There are factors outside the property, like the regulatory environment, that are causing an inclusion of assets in the historical cost indicator that they can't earn a return on. Third, the obsolescence must be cured by removing the non-income producing asset from the HCLD indicator. And fourth, if there's too much obsolescence, if there's too much in the way of assets or value included in the historical cost indicator that don't generate income, then HCLD is not the most reliable indicator of fair market value, because no prudent buyer would pay for assets that don't generate income. So, Assessor's Handbook 502, that's your board's own handbook, makes it clear that cash flow takes precedent over HCLD. It says the prudent investor estimates the size, shape, duration, and risk of a property's income stream before purchasing it. So your handbook also says, I'd like to remind the board that even where Rule D provides that the appraiser shall consider HCLD as an appropriate indicator of value for rate-based regulated utilities, the appraiser should also consider other indicators. For example, an income indicator, which is much lower than HCLD, may indicate that obsolescence exists in the property to such an extent that the owner may not earn the rate of return allowed by the regulatory agency. That's what's happening here. The obsolescence here is significant. It's in the billions of dollars, and it renders the historical cost approach 22.7% higher than the income approach. It's less reliable. The income approach is what a willing buyer would consider in an open market transaction, because cash flows are what matter to buyers for these types of properties. So how can we correct this? Well, we've put forth a number of solutions. One, staff can make the specific adjustments we requested. Now we're before your board. Your board can make those adjustments. You can make an overall obsolescence adjustment. You can use the income approach, or you can at least change the weighting to arrive at a reasonable valuation. So without that, we're looking at a value that does not reflect what a willing buyer would pay for this property in an open market transaction. So thank you for your time. This concludes our opening presentation, and I will save the balance of our time for rebuttal and questions.
All right. Thank you. So no other speakers from the appellant?
Not at this time,
At this
Mr.
time,
Chairman.
okay.
Perhaps on rebuttal or during the questions phase.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. And so we'll now have an opportunity to hear from the Board of Equalization, and you'll have up to 60 minutes also to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is David Lujan, and with me also is Sonia Yim. We're both with the legal department. And also representing SAPD with us today is Jack McCool. I would like to begin by providing some general background information that affects this year's petition. First, because this is the 6th year petitioner has presented the same issues with essentially no new argument or information to support its reduction request, staff recommends the board deny this year's petition as it has the 5 previous years. Second, for the current tax year at issue, petitioner added approximately $4.4 billion in new property, yet is asking for a $3.1 billion reduction from last year's board adopted value. Third, as in previous years, petitioner cites increasing risk of catastrophic wildfires following large wildfire events from 2017 and 2018 as the foundational basis for its value reduction request. For the current tax year, staff has again looked at this issue, and while climate change and the increase in general wildfire risk continue to be real concerns, the specific risks faced by petitioner have been meaningfully mitigated since 2017-2018. The credit markets, the CPUC, and petitioner itself have acknowledged as much. In 2023, Fitch Ratings, one of the 3 major credit rating agencies, upgraded petitioner's long-term issuer credit rating, citing petitioner's ongoing efforts to enhance wildfire resilience, along with state and local efforts, credit supportive elements of wildfire legislation, such as AB 1054, as reasons for the rating increase. Then in December of 2024, just before the 2025 lien date, Fitch affirmed its rating, citing the petitioner's wildfire risk management, potential recovery of wildfire-related liabilities, and increased revenue requirement requests as reasons for the affirmation, and this rating is investment grade. The CPUC in 2019 opined that AB 1054 has substantially mitigated wildfire liability as well as liquidity concerns. The PUC had occasion to revisit this conclusion, and in 2023 essentially affirmed that determination. Perhaps most importantly, petitioner itself also recognizes this decline in wildfire risk, announcing in a March 2023 press release that through the execution of its wildfire mitigation plan, it has reduced the probability of catastrophic wildfires associated with its equipment by about 75 to 80% since 2018. Petitioner revised this estimate to 85 to 88% in a story it published in April of 2024. To be clear, we are not saying, nor have we ever said, that climate change is not real, or that wildfire risks do not exist, or even that things couldn't change in the future. What we are pointing out is that as of the lien date, the cumulative effects of wildfire mitigation efforts by petitioner, the legislature, and the PUC since 2017-2018 have meaningfully mitigated wildfire risk. By petitioner's own calculations and public statements, the probability of catastrophic wildfires associated with its equipment is reduced by 85 to 88%. Finally, we would note that we made the same wildfire-related adjustments as in previous years, the largest of which was to add an equity risk premium to their cap rate, which resulted in about a $1.8 billion reduction to their overall value. Overall, the wildfire-related adjustments combine to reduce petitioner's unitary value by approximately $2.9 billion. Regarding proper weighting and reconciliation, in doing its assessment, SAPD took all relevant information into account and appropriately computed and reconciled both an HCLD and an income or CEA indicator of value, considering the data available and relative appropriateness of the approaches. Here, pursuant to property tax rules, HCLD is the most reliable value method because the HCLD indicator of value begins with the actual assets on which PUC allows petitioner to earn a return. It reflects the amount actually invested to put the property into service. Rule 8 supports this. It says that the income method is preferred when the cost approach is unreliable, but here the historical cost approach is the most reliable. Petitioner criticizes the weighting of the HCLD and CE indicators because of the difference between the two values. They simply conclude that this difference is economic obsolescence due to wildfire risk, and that the CEA must be given more weight to account for economic obsolescence. But there is nothing that makes it necessarily true that any difference between HCLD and CEA is always obsolescence. It might indicate that HCLD is too high, but of course it's entirely possible that CEA is too low. While obsolescence is one potential reason for the difference between the indicators, other possible factors include regulatory lag and spending related to business decisions and management of assets that may not be recoverable in the context of PUC's prudency standard. Additionally, to the extent that a difference between CEA and HCLD might be due to obsolescence, as previously explained, an adjustment has been made for obsolescence by allowing an increase to petitioner's rate of return. Thus, staff maintains that all appropriate obsolescence adjustments for wildfire risk have been made. And the bottom line is that petitioner has shown no specific evidence that the difference is due to obsolescence. SAPD has weighted HCLD 75% because it is proven to be more reliable, while the only reason petitioner is given to change is because the number is higher than CEA. Concerning the wildfire liabilities, petitioner requests an approximately $903 million reduction to its board-adopted value for its lawsuit liabilities accrued on its books. This liability, however, is not deductible because it is not an ordinary expense, one that is expected to be paid to maintain or operate the property. Rather, this liability accrual stems from lawsuit settlements from 2017-2018 wildfires and mudslides, some of which may have been started by petitioner's equipment and damaged property owned by others. This is important because it means that these liabilities may affect the price someone would pay for the entire company, but it does not affect the value of the taxable property. And what is being appraised is the taxable property. It is also important to point out that petitioner has applied to the PUC for recovery of these liabilities. Certain recoveries have been approved. Therefore, they will recover in rates, and a property tax deduction is not proper. If the PUC does not approve, to the extent that the PUC does not approve recovery, it would be inappropriate to make a reduction in property tax value for property operated imprudently. This liability may reduce the price a prospective purchaser might be willing to pay for the entire business, but it does not affect the price a prospective purchaser would pay for the taxable property, because it does not affect the property's ability to be used to generate income. Essentially, petitioner is asking the board to reduce the taxable value of its property for damage done to someone else's property. Petitioner's own documents admit that any expense related to this liability affects the price of the entire business, but not the taxable assets. In the EY report on which it relies, it states that it is reasonable to assume that a prospective buyer would consider this expense as part of the going concern of the business operations. It does not matter when they pay out the liability, whether yesterday, today, or in the future. Payment of this lawsuit liability does not affect the CEA model because it is not an ordinary expense. It is not expected to be necessary to maintain or operate the property. Regarding the wildfire mitigation capital, in accordance with AB 1054, petitioner spent about $1.6 billion on wildfire mitigation capital expenditures for which they are allowed to earn no equity return. The statutes are clear. They prohibit petitioner from earning a return on that investment, which is reflected in the equity portion of their rate base. Petitioner is not prohibited from earning a return of its investment, which is reflected in its recovery of amounts spent, and staff made an adjustment for that. Staff removed the equity portion of their rate base that AB 1054 does not allow. This is undisputed. In its 10-K filing, petitioner discloses that this expenditure cannot be included in the equity portion of its rate base, but also that petitioner expects to seek orders from the PUC to finance the remaining AB 1054 capital expenditure. In other words, they're saying they're prohibited from earning a return on these investments, but they will seek a return of this investment through CPUC financing orders. That financing order also makes clear that the financing mechanism is for the purpose of recovering petitioner's costs. It is also important to take a step back and see the big picture of what petitioner is asking the board to do. Petitioner states that this property has zero value because it is prohibited from earning an equity return on its cost, and that no investor would purchase it. This ignores the fact that the property contributes to earnings and has value and may be sold as part of the system. Simply put, it spent $1.6 billion on property and is asking the board to assess it at zero because they are not allowed to earn an equity return on that investment, ignoring the fact that they are getting their money back and that the property is contributing to earnings. Concerning the Wildfire Fund initial contribution, petitioner's initial contribution of $2.4 billion to the Wildfire Fund, as required by AB 1054, is not considered an operating expense under basic appraisal theory because it is not an expected periodic cash expense. Instead, it is an amortized past accounting expense that need not be paid again. Petitioner itself identifies the initial $2.4 billion contribution as a non-core item in its annual report and defines non-core items as income or loss from discontinued operations and income or loss from significant discrete items that management does not consider representative of ongoing earnings, such as income and expenses related to changes in law. Although petitioner acknowledges this is a non-cash, extraordinary, amortized accounting expense, petitioner points to language in the assessor's handbook regarding prepaid insurance. However, the assessor's handbook refers to anticipated and periodic prepaid amounts that represent future cash flows. They say that certain expenditures are annualized when using a direct capitalization model. In contrast, this single extraordinary AB 1054 initial contribution is not anticipated to periodically recur. In conclusion, SAPD has recommended all appropriate adjustments for petitioner's general and specific reductions related to wildfire, consistent with relevant authorities and petitioner's own public statements. In 2020, petitioner requested general reductions because catastrophic wildfire risks were an existential threat to their business. 5 years later, AB 1054 and their own actions appear to have mitigated much of that risk. They also requested specific adjustments for their initial contribution to the Wildfire Fund and their 2017-2018 lawsuit liabilities on the premise that these contributions and lawsuit liabilities would be recurring on a regular basis. However, as of the lien date, no initial contribution has been required for the Wildfire Fund. They've been able to obtain wildfire insurance. And as far as the lawsuit liabilities, petitioner states in its own 10-K, petitioner expects that any losses incurred in connection with post-2018 wildfires will be covered by insurance, recoveries through electric rates, or third-party receivables, and expect that any such losses will not be material. And again, we want to emphasize that we are not saying that risk, even material risk from wildfire, does not remain, or that things couldn't change overnight. What we are saying is that the specific risks facing petitioner's property have been meaningfully mitigated, but that doesn't mean they've been eliminated. Based on this trend, as recognized by the PUC, the credit markets, and petitioner itself, we have made all appropriate adjustments. And for these reasons, we recommend denying the petition on all issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We can now move to the rebuttal period. And Mr. Dicasian, you have 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to chime in as appropriate to augment my comments. I just ask you, we heard all these points from staff right now. Do their arguments pass the eye test? If you're a reasonably prudent buyer, do you believe that there's the risk of wildfires in Edison service territory are insignificant or mitigated to the point that no reasonably prudent buyer would consider them? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you should look at their comments through that lens. I'll also add, they make a lot of arguments. We make a lot of arguments. I reject categorically any assertion that we are picking the income approach because that's lower. And I certainly wouldn't assert that they're picking the cost approach, the historical cost approach, because it's higher. Let's stick to the issues instead of just taking cheap shots. I don't appreciate that. We have legitimate arguments here, specific adjustments that we're requesting. And I would ask that everyone's comments focus on that instead of just what you perceive, what staff perceives the motivations of the party might be. So as far as the credit markets are concerned, let's talk about that. So the first point that I would raise is that despite what staff says, S&P in its September report downgraded of just this year, this is according to investing.com, downgraded Edison International and its subsidiary SCE to BBB minus from BBB with a negative outlook, citing concerns about a shrinking wildfire fund. The downgrade reflects S&P's expectations that California's wildfire fund will be smaller than previously anticipated, while SB 254 authorizes a wildfire continuation account that increases the fund's limit by about $18 billion. S&P estimates the net present value provides only an incremental $10.5 billion. That's recent, okay? But more importantly, Edison has never recovered to the pre-2018 rating, which was an A- rating, I believe, from Fitch. It has never recovered to that. So the fact that it's hovering between BBB and now BBB minus, according to S&P, I think that belies the point that staff is making that somehow the worst of this is behind us. Recent events in January. Does this pass the eye test? It most certainly does not. So as far as the asset additions point, Edison adds assets every year. It doesn't always correlate to a dollar for dollar value increase. In some years, Edison increased assets, had a net decrease in assets, and its value still went up. So I don't think that's the key to whether the value should be increased or not year over year. We're asking for these specific adjustments, and those should be taken into account. In terms of, once again, the claims liabilities not being something that a reasonably prudent buyer would consider in the future as an ongoing expense or a recurring, something of a recurring nature, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's how a reasonably prudent buyer would view these things. So the comment about we are attributing zero value to the assets that we're asking be removed from the historical cost indicator, that's not accurate. The historical cost indicator is, again, there to measure the earning power of the utility. It's not that the asset doesn't have value in the abstract, is that the asset should not be included in a value indicator that seeks to measure the earning power of the utility. Why? Because it's not earning anything. So we're not looking for an exemption or saying that it has zero value in the abstract. We're saying if you're going to use the historical cost method, as opposed to, for instance, a replacement cost method or a reproduction cost method, if that's the method you're going to use, you need to do it correctly. And you need to not include items that don't generate a return, because no reasonably prudent investor would pay for that, would give value to that in the context of historical cost indicator. Mr. Mull, do you have anything to add based on what you've heard?
Well, there's lots to say and so little time, unfortunately. I would say there were several factual misstatements to my understanding. One that I recall is the comment that when Edison makes these CapEx expenditures, which are required by law, and is not allowed to put them in rate base, that is true. But I heard the comments that they still get a return on it, which is absolutely false. They get nothing on it. They don't get a return on it. They can't take depreciation. They can't get any recovery in whatsoever on that. And that's just expenditures they have to make in order to participate in the wildfire fund. Plain and simple. The only other point I'll make, and I know time is short, and you all heard this before. I hear a lot of speculations, and yes, it's a taxpayer's burden of proof. But when you have two valuation methodologies, and they show different values, you've got to pick a value from those two. You have to explain why you're relying upon one more heavily than the other, if that's the case. And you can't do that based on, well, it could be this or it could be that. It has to be a reason why you're doing that. And here they say, well, yes, we agree that the HCLD is much higher. We're going to rely mostly on that. And we think the difference is not what our handbook says, which is most likely is due to external obsolescence. And if indeed your handbook is correct, and it is external obsolescence, then under the regulation, that makes the HCLD indicator less reliable than the income approach. That's the first thing. The second part is they say, well, it could be due to regulatory lag. They don't even define that. Have they ever even looked at that to figure out if that's really true? We believe it's not true at all. That's, I mean, in the years in which Edison was able, before the wildfires, Edison made significant investments in his property there, but there was no regulatory lag impact upon their ability to meet their expected return. They either, they were always, just below or just above their allowed return in those years. It wasn't until the wildfires hit that things changed. Not coincidence. So I think those couple of things that he makes, that we heard a factual statements, are just wrong. And there's nothing behind it. If you're going to base pick one methodology to use a greater weight than the other, you really need to come up with the reasons why. You can't just deflect and say, well, no one told us why we couldn't do it. You have to explain why you did use that, put more weight on that particular methodology. And we haven't heard anything about that at all, other than some speculation, which they haven't really investigated. And I'll stop there.
Any other comments?
No, in conclusion, you've heard the theme. What would a willing buyer do? What would a reasonably prudent buyer do? They would certainly take into account the fact that there are assets that do not generate a return when paying a purchase price for these assets. They would certainly take into account the fact that the wildfire initial contribution, the wildfire initial insurance fund initial contribution has been made. They would certainly take into account the possibility, not only the fact that they have outstanding claims liabilities for the 2017-2018 year, but they would also take into account the possibility of future claims liabilities. They would look to the disparity between the value indicators, and I think they would look to a value predicated on the income indicator, or at least predominantly predicated on the income indicator. And with that in mind, the wildfire crisis is here to stay. Yes, it is true. Edison has done its part to mitigate the risk of wildfires in its service territory, but it's not zero. And when it does happen, that's the reality that a potential prudent buyer would consider. So with that in mind, we'll close our remarks and open it to questions of the board, if any. And we thank you again for your attention.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dicasian. And members, are there any questions for the petitioner, the department, or the appeals attorney? Yes, Member Schaefer.
Thank you. I've been on the board for 7 years, so I've been party to the last 5 years of your presentations. I think there's a lot of wisdom in both your presentation and in what our board says. Our staff, you have to realize that there's not one person on the board that's a practicing lawyer. The lawyer on our board is Deputy Controller, who's not participating in this event. Your 40 pages of presentation, I've scanned them through, but we've only had a couple of days before the meeting to do that. I'm just wondering if the 5 years you've had rejections here, I imagine there's meet and confer sessions between the board and your council. I would think that you might have found some recurring problems that maybe a legislative act might resolve, an amendment to the Revenue and Taxation Code. I guess I might ask you, have any of these issues occurred to you to be brought to the legislature for further definition so that there could be a change in the legal analysis of what the problem is, instead of just looking like we got a Pavlov's dog situation where each party is beating up on each other for 5 years at a time. I don't think it's a Johnny One Note situation, because life is always changing. The wildfire exposure in the last 12 months has been quite different than it has been for the prior 4 or 5 years. I would just like to say that I'm impressed with the good efforts by both parties. Southern California Edison is owned by thousands of good, hardworking people, Californians, people from other states, and they're all good people who are looking for fairness, they're not looking for greed. And we, representing the taxpayers, are looking for the same thing, fundamental fairness. I would just ask you, first question is, have you had opportunities to meet and confer over the years and possibly find out more common ground each year? And number two, are any of these issues subject to legislative consideration that might remove some of the objections? I appreciate very much what you've done as a company. I used to be in business in Catalina Island and dealt with Southern California Edison there. I appreciate your coming forward every year, but I'd like to know that we're not going to see another 5 years of rejection. I like to see some common ground and some relief for you. There's nothing criminal here. It's all civil, and it's all in good faith. And I'm really surprised that we haven't established more common ground here. Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
Member
it.
Schaefer. Go ahead, please.
Chairman Gaines, would you like me to answer the question?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Well, look, we always appreciate the opportunity to meet and confer with staff. We have a relatively short runway leading up to the board hearing. As Mr. Ambrose pointed out at the outset of the presentation, we are here every year to exhaust our administrative remedies. So we appreciate Mr. Schaefer's comments, take them seriously, take them under advisement, and we'll continue to have a conversation with staff as things move forward. And appreciate also the comments regarding the legislation. I don't have a comment on that right now, but we will certainly take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a few questions here. I just wanted to check with Controller Cohen as to whether she might have any comments or questions at this point.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I had my hand up. Good morning, Mr. DeKessian. Nice to see you again. Good morning to everyone. First, I just want to correct a statement that Member Schaefer said. He is correct that Deputy Controller Hasib Emran is an attorney, but I personally have several attorneys that are advising me on this matter and all BOE matters that are on my staff. And I also know for a fact that Member Sally Lieber has a very talented and knowledgeable lawyer on her staff as well. So legal presence may not sit in the voting seat, but it is definitely supporting the members that are casting the vote. So I wanted just to go on record to assure the members of the public so that they are aware that these decisions and discussions that we're having are informed through a legal lens. Now, with that said, I want to speak to in regards to the non-income generating assets, SAPD. Are any of Edison's assets necessary for service delivery but not revenue generating? So such as safety, environmental, or regulatory compliance assets that are reflected in the weighted indicators? And then how does this affect valuation?
Well, I believe we've had some informal discussions with petitioner, and I believe we've also provided some supplemental instructions to get at that very question, and I believe we have not received that information.
Okay. So then my next question would be for the representatives for Edison. I'm curious to know, do you conduct an independent third-party appraisal to support your lower valuation, or is this an internal analysis that you've conducted?
So in the first of the years that we had before your board, we presented an independent appraisal from Ernst & Young that supported our petition. In fact, went actually even lower than our petitioned value. And we are not just, there are certain things that I can't comment on, but I can assure you that this is not just based on internal analysis. We're looking for we have looked to outside resources to inform us on this issue. Okay. And we're quite confident that our petition value is reasonable. And Madam Controller, can I address your question about the?
Oh, yeah, please,
the
yes,
Safety
that'd be helpful.
investments. Yeah, so AB 1050, under Assembly Bill 1054, Edison was required to make safety investments of $1.6 billion, which quote, I'm quoting the relevant language from the bill, must be made under this act without return on equity that would otherwise have been borne by ratepayers, close quote. So that's what we're referring to. As to staff's point about, it's true, we have ongoing discussions with staff. The major item in this category of assets that appear in the historical cost indicator, but are not, that Edison's not allowed to earn a return on, we've provided that year after year after year, and that's the $1.6 billion under AB 1054.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I want to pivot back to BOE staff. The SAPD, are operating expenses and taxes and depreciation fully accounted for in the net income calculation?
Can you speak to that real quick? Yes.
Okay, thank you. If only all lawyers could answer so succinctly. Okay, I have one more question. So you said yes. Is it possible that double counting could occur if some items are also reflected in the HCLD?
Well, I think, because we're talking about the wildfire mitigation capital expenditures, we removed the return on portion of that.
Okay.
Would they be double counted? No. No.
Right. Appreciate the confidence. I want to go back to the insurance fund statement. I think, Mr. DeCassian, you had mentioned this. Wouldn't participation in that fund, because it caps catastrophic exposure, actually increase the stability and hence the value of your enterprise?
Yes, it would, which is why if that expenditure had been made, the access to that fund that a prudent buyer would consider would be an asset of intangible value, which would have to be removed, which would have to be accounted for. So if you have a ticket to participate in the wildfire insurance fund, by virtue of the fact that you've made this contribution, then a reasonably prudent buyer would absolutely consider that. And the value, right, the ability, that legal right to participate in the fund is an intangible that should be removed. That's what we've been arguing.
So I made a note earlier when I was reflecting and reviewing this for the hearing today regarding the wildfire insurance fund. You argued that contributions to the wildfire insurance fund reduce your property's value, and so my question is, are those contributions fixed costs or subject to recovery through the CPUC rates? And I believe I heard you say the answer is yes, but I just wanted to confirm. Are those contributions fixed costs, or are they subject to the recovery through the CPUC rates?
They're not subject to recovery.
They're not. Okay, I'm glad I asked. I misheard. I guess I have a question for SAPD. In what way did you account for the capital expenditures that are mandated by law, but not yet earning a return?
Could you explain? Yeah, could you explain that?
Well, specifically with is the question just specifically for the AB 1054?
Yes, please.
Yes. So sorry, Jack McCall, State Assessed Properties Division. As previously mentioned, the return on portion of those expenses has been removed from our value indicators. So we did make a reduction in the value to what we attribute to those specific tangible assets.
So could this treatment understate or overstate the SCE's asset value?
We don't believe so. I mean, the petitioner's asking for us essentially to value those particular assets as zero, which we don't believe is appropriate. So we did make a downward adjustment to reduce the value because they're precluded from the return on. But we do believe those particular assets, those tangible taxable assets, do have some value. So that's why we agreed to make that adjustment for the return on portion.
So is the SAPD confident that the 0.85% adequately reflects the risk, the risk profile for Edison? And, given that its territory is in high fire zones?
Yes, so the 0.85
Mhm.
equity risk premium that we make annual as an adjustment is based on 2019, 2020 data. And we have been asking for an update to that, to the specific number and the support for that number. We're increasingly uncomfortable using a number that is based on age data, in other words. So we have asked and had conversations about an update to the risk. There might be arguments to say there's more risk. There's arguments that based on all the mitigation efforts, there's less risk, but it's probably not the same risk as the 2020 valuation when we first used the 0.85 equity risk premium. So to the extent we could accurately measure the existing risk, we would absolutely be happy to analyze anything petitioner would provide, which would attempt to quantify any risk above what the PUC has already approved in recent rate case decisions. So again, we typically use the capitalization rate approved by PUC. I know they have a rate-making process. The point of the rate is essentially the same as our capitalization rates. So, the mitigation efforts that have been made both by petitioner, legislature, PUC, the market is aware of those efforts. There is an argument to be made that the capitalization rate accurately reflects the market's awareness of that risk. And I think it's a very good question going forward, whether or not this equity risk premium is appropriate to continue as an adjustment at all. And if so, absolutely, we do support an update to the data to support the specific number.
So would the 0.85 be raised with an adequate update?
It's not known.
Okay.
It would be expected that perhaps it would not be as high because of the mitigation efforts that have been made in the last 5-6 years. But again, it's unknown. So that's why we would appreciate a fresh request for the equity risk premium with fresh current data to support such a request.
So while I have you, can you speak to Edison's point that the BOE, the HCLD, CEA, all these letters, that the value indicator hasn't been adjusted for 14 years, even though California is seeing record-setting fires that may affect value? I would say that perhaps we as a board need to examine this further, but I wanted to get your opinion.
Sure. So when we talk about weighting of indicators, we look at which approach to value we feel is most reliable. To the extent that we have events such as wildfires that occur, we don't believe that that necessarily would change the reliability of a methodology. So specific events may warrant adjustments to the value indicators that we use and the weighting we attributed to it, but our decision to place a particular weighting on one value indicator versus the other has to do with the reliability of that appraisal methodology in the first instance. What type of information is available, the quantity and quality of that information as it relates to valuation of specific taxable, tangible property. So from an appraisal standpoint, we're looking at what method, whether it's one of the various cost approach methods, different types of income approach methods, which one do we believe has the best quality and quantity of information. There's a difficulty in certain industries, for example, if we, it's not pertaining to this entity, but we tend to not use the income approach at all in telecom companies. It's due to the significant amount of mergers, constant new technology. There's a lot of volatility in that industry. We don't believe the income information we receive in that particular industry is a good reflection of how much the actual assets are worth. Similarly, with these investor-owned utilities, the amount of money they're investing in to acquire the property, we believe is the best measure of how much the property is worth. Essentially, you just, how much you're paying for it, obviously with adjustments, is a better reflection of how much those particular assets are worth. And I will note that, these investor-owned utilities are making significant additions to their taxable tangible property year over year. And I do think that we see a little bit of a difference in the indicators just because we're in that high growth period. And traditionally that does occur when there's a lot of new property being added. That does tend to increase the HCLD.
All right, thank you very much. You did answer the question very thoroughly, and I have no other questions, Mr. Chair. I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, great.
Oh, it looks like Mr.
Mr.
DeCessian has something.
Thank you,
to say.
Controller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I have the opportunity to respond to some of the points that staff made, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, it's not that we're asking for the value to be zero. We're saying that if you're using a value indicator whose sole purpose is to measure earning power, according to your own handbook, you shouldn't be including assets that don't earn a return on or a return of. So they have taken out the return on component, but they haven't taken out the return of component. Return of in a regulatory context means that you can depreciate the asset. As my colleague, Mr. Mole said, we are not depreciating these assets. We're not allowed to depreciate these assets. So it should all be taken out. We're not saying it should be zero in the abstract. We're saying in this scenario, when you're using historical cost, it needs to be excluded. And that's not a revolutionary concept. So number one. Number two, on the risk premium, we're open to just providing staff with whatever information they'd like. We provided the information that they've requested so far. And we do believe the risk premium should be revisited. You can tell from their comments that they want to ratchet the risk premium down even further from what we already believe is an inadequate risk premium. The 85 basis points is a future-looking risk premium. So it really has nothing to do with the specific adjustments we've requested regarding to the CapEx, regarding to the insurance initial contribution, regarding to the claims liabilities. That's a future-looking consideration that we think is too low anyway. And by the way, it doesn't address our specific concerns. So instead of ratcheting it down, we think that it should be increased to reflect, frankly, recent events and the continuing consistent occurrence of wildfires in Edison's service territory and throughout California. So staff mentioned in this regard, when they were talking about the 85 basis points and how, why they justify it, they talked about market awareness, that they believe that that's what the market would see and reflect as an adequate risk premium. And I think it's actually the exact opposite. If you measure market awareness based on bond rating, if you measure market awareness based on the insurance market, what insurance carriers are doing in California, it's actually the exact opposite. That would call for a greater risk premium. Insurance companies are leaving California. They're not staying here. Bond ratings have still not recovered to the pre-2017 levels. Edison had an A- rating from Fitch, 2017, 2018. Now it's BBB minus according to, BBB according to Fitch, BBB minus according to S&P. It hasn't recovered. So the market is speaking, and it's saying that the risk premium should go in the other direction, should be increased. Then in terms of the weighting disparity and the 75-25, that was a great question, Madam Controller. And I think the answer is that it should be revisited. It should be changed. So if the values were much closer together, then the weighting really wouldn't matter. If the values were exactly the same, for instance, then nobody would care. 75-25, 50-50, 25-75. It would result in the same outcome. But when staff first started using the 75-25 analysis, the value indicators were much closer together. Starting in 20, I'm looking here and it looks like the first year they started, well, it goes, I have data going back to 2000, 2001, but the value indicators were much closer together. Now, since 2017, 2018, you have value indicators where, the difference between historical cost and the income indicator are 34%, 48%, 40%, 57%, 39%. It's a little bit, closer this year, but you have these consistent disparities. And by the way, they all coincide with the wildfire crisis reaching an acute level here in California. So, 2011, 12, the disparity was 11% between the value indicators, not as much of a problem, right? But now in this year, it's 23%. And in previous years, like 2019, 20, it was 39%, 2020 was 37%. So it is time to revisit the weighting. And those are the reasons. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I would say on that.
Great. Thank you. I would like to get to Member Vasquez, who had some questions, please.
They answered most of my questions, except for one that keeps coming up, and it's every time we've had this hearing, and it's more for the staff. As the petitioner continues to argue that it's the burden of proof is on us and not the petitioner, has there been any cases that you're aware of in the past where it's been the reverse?
Not for these proceedings, no.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I clarify something on that? Because I've heard this question, and it's a good question that Mr. Vasquez asks. Mr. Chairman, can I? Yeah, so yes, it's true. We bear a burden of proof. The usual burden of proof in tax cases is proof by a preponderance of the evidence. We need to show that the items that we are requesting, more likely than not, are valid, more likely than not. We don't need to be way up here. We need to show that the weight of evidence is in our favor, number one. Number two, if staff is making an assertion, that's not a burden of proof issue. If staff is making an assertion that there's a particular reason for the disparity between value indicators, then that's not a burden of proof issue. The person making that assertion, it's incumbent upon them to come forward with evidence. And that's just, it's almost like, in our view, an affirmative defense in some ways. If you're making the assertion that it's regulatory lag or there's some other reason for the difference, then you need to come up with evidence backing that up. Mr. Moll, did you have anything to add on that?
Well, I would just say that, yes, we agree that the petitioner has the burden of proof. My point that maybe I wasn't clear on it is, as an appraiser, whether you're for the state board or whether you're for the applicant, an appraiser has to reconcile differences of value between the two indicators. And what that means is, if they're going to choose one to weigh more heavily, they have to explain, why are we emphasizing this one more? And you can't base it on conjecture. You have to base it on the evidence that you have, because you're making that decision as to weight a particular indicator more heavily. It's not incumbent upon somebody else to try to disprove. You've got to explain. You're an appraiser. You'd explain how you reached your value and why you emphasize this particular indicator more heavily. That's all I was saying. Not who's got the burden of proof in this hearing, but an appraiser has to be able to explain how they got to their value and what they base it on.
Okay. Very good. I just want to make a couple points if I could. I also feel like there may be an opportunity for the BOE to work with Southern California Edison. I think there's valid points on both sides of this issue. I am concerned about, from an insurance standpoint, I'm just not seeing a whole lot of change in terms of risk with regards to wildfire in the state of California. We had the LA fires, estimated losses, 175 billion to 200 billion. That's still a red light in my mind in terms of what the risk is for California. The state fund had to get additional bonding capacity and just to remain open because they were essentially bankrupt after those fires. So I think I'm not convinced that the mitigation has been enough to turn the needle from a risk standpoint. And just looking at what's happening on the ground in California in terms of fire risk, I think it still is a big issue. I think the arguments between historical and income value are worth looking at, and that seems to me that that income aspect ought to be weighted a little higher than it has been. So that's basically the conclusion of my comments. Members, any other comments before we move forward with a motion? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we deny the petition coming forward from Southern California Edison and affirm the 2025 board-adopted unitary value.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Let's see, public comment on item number 6. We do not have any written comments, and no one is on the auditorium, I'm assuming. Seeing none that would want to make a public comment, let's go to the AT&T moderator. If you would please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
If you would like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0. Once again, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0. And no one is queuing up at this time.
Thank you, moderator. Any further discussion? Seeing none, okay. Vice Chair Lieber's made a motion to deny the petition with Member Vasquez providing the second. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
No.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, members. We've agreed to have a 1-hour lunch. I think this is a good time to do that. Are we on,
Yes.
on schedule for that? Okay, it's 12:13 and we'll take a 1-hour lunch and we will reconvene at 1:13. All right, we are back in session for the BOE meeting. It's 1:22, and we did have an opportunity to have a birthday cake for Member Vasquez, and it was a nice little celebration. Just want to recognize your birthday, which is today, right on a meeting date. So, yes.
And if I may take a point of personal privilege, I'd like to wish our colleague a very happy 50th. Today is his exact day. And there's a gentleman here who's just a few days younger, so he's not reaching that milestone yet, who's my chief deputy, Doug Winslow. Has his birthday in about 3 days' time. So congratulations, gentlemen.
Excellent, wonderful.
Chair,
Yes.
you know, it's sort of interesting that a member has a birthday on a meeting day. That's going to come up in December. Leah has her birthday
Oh, my
on our
gosh.
meeting day.
Okay, let's notate that. Is she going to be here in person, or do we know? Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you. All right, on the agenda is the consent, and that's item 7, adoption of the October 21st, 22nd, 2025 board meeting minutes. Members, would anybody like to make a motion?
I would move approval, but I have a comment on it.
Please comment.
It mentions that it started at 10:05 a.m., which is right, and then it mentions on page 2 that Mr. Schaefer entered the meeting. Doesn't mention the time, like maybe it was after lunch. I think when somebody comes or goes on the meeting, we ought to put in a time, because I think time is relevant as to how much of the meeting the member was able to
Okay.
serve.
Okay, could we just notate that in the minutes? I think it was within about 15 or 20 minutes of when we started.
Yes,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah,
that.
okay, very good.
We can honor
And
our
then
vice men.
also asking for a second to the motion on the minutes.
Second.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. We don't have any written comments in reference to the minutes, and there's nobody in the audience that I see. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding item 7 on the agenda.
If you would like to make a comment, please press 1, then 0. And at this time, no one is queuing up.
Great, thank you, moderator. And I'm assuming there's no discussion. I'm not seeing any by the members. So Member Schaefer has made a motion to adopt the meeting minutes with Vice Chair Lieber providing the second. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. We're now going to move to Chief Counsel matters. That's item number 8, Board Governance Policy Annual Review and Update. This is being provided by Ms. Himovitz, representing the Chief Counsel, and will present. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Gaines and honorable members. My name is Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. Today, I'm providing an opportunity for you to discuss any changes that you wish to propose for your governance policy. As you know, you've all chosen to review this policy annually. As you may recall, in April of 2025, the board voted to add guidelines for presenting a legislative bill for support into the governance policy, so we will be adding that in when we reproduce the document at the beginning of the year. Excuse me. We did receive some proposed revisions from Member Schaefer, so at this time, Member Schaefer, if you'd like to present those now for your for the board members to consider, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, we can bring it back, and you could add it to the agenda for next month when you'll formally vote and adopt any changes that anyone wishes to make. It's up to you.
Well, I'd rather just touch base on them today, and if there's any further interest, the board can take that one issue into the next meeting.
Certainly.
So just to clarify, would you like to bring those forward now?
Yes.
Yes, okay, why don't you go ahead and present them?
Yes, I only learned Monday when I got the docket to review that we had the annual review coming up today, and I have a few issues since we don't get a chance to chat with each other off calendar. I know when I was on the city council, we used to have a once a month brainstorming session where we could just talk about anything that wasn't on the agenda, and if anybody had a bright idea, we would put it on the agenda, but we don't have that here, so I consider this my time to raise questions. One thing that's always interested me is we all serve concurrent terms, which means we all arrive as baby new members, not having really any knowledge or understanding what's going on unless we've served as a chief of staff or something like that. I would like us to consider, if appropriate, that we might have two of our members serve for 4 years and the other two serve for 4 years, but stagger the system. So there will always be 4 people elected, but 2 of them will be with 2 years' experience and 2 of them will be brand new. I realize that to affect that, we might have to have one election end up being for 6 years or 2 years. That's generally how that's done. But if you have any thoughts that for the long-term future of our board, that we have 2 members with experience and 2 members who are without experience, I think that would be in the public interest. The way it is now, when we all came aboard in 2018, and I think Malia preceded you, the staff knew everything and we knew nothing. We survived that, but I'm just questioning that. I think staggered systems, which they have in the legislature, is the better way to go. That's one item. Another item I had was the Brown Act is just like the Brown Act governs city council and the Bagley-Keene Act governs the state officers, but they're almost identical as far as I know. I think we always have a right under our discussion about how we elect a chair, but it doesn't say that we can have any communications with each other. I think anybody under freedom of speech who's running for office has an absolute right to talk to the voters. The voters in this case is just the 5 of us. But I think that it's outside the Bagley-Keene Act if we are just going to say, hi, I'm in good health, I'm interested in the job, I'd be pleased to serve. I have sent a letter to member District 3 and sent a copy to everybody. I asked our executive director if that would be all right, and she saw no problem with it, not a crime or a violation, but that it's in the discretion of each of us to whether we want to open the communication. I think since we're sort of all family, that any communication we get from one another, we might open it out of curiosity. We may totally ignore it, which is appropriate, or we may want to go back and say yes or no or something. What's important is that is not a issue involving people's rights or people's money, or it's not something that's on the agenda other than we do announce, that there is a new savior, there is a new chairman. We actually have the election in the public forum, which I have no problem with that. But I do think it's a mistake to bar any kind of communication. I think there should be a little something under the discussion of of the chair election, that any member may send a brief communication to another member indicating their availability and any interest they have. Nothing negative about anybody, just positive by way of introduction. I think that ought to be spelled on the book, so the next members who come along will say, hey, if I want to send a note to my colleagues telling them I'm not interested because I've not up to it, or I'm planning to run for county supervisor or something, I think there ought to be some allowance within the law that we could have a limited communication with each other on that narrow topic. I just think that's considered just part of being in politics and being a candidate. I think that right that we have as a candidate, whether our constituency is 9 million or 5 people, is there's a right to say, hi, I'm here. And that's something that should be talked about. Then it should be clear that we can talk to each other on a one-on-one basis. I know that we tend to be very conservative for fear of litigation, which is a litigation crazy society we live in. But I do know that I talked to one of our members about whether he wanted to be the chair or not and didn't hear back from him. And that's because of the presumptive rule that you don't communicate with each other. But it should be clear that one of us can communicate with another of us. I can't talk to 2 of you at the same time on a docket-related item, but I can talk to one of you. The only fear you might have is I'm talking to you and then I'm going to make the same pitch to other members or chiefs of staff. That would be improper. But I think it should be crystal clear that a one-on-one, especially you could say this is a one-on-one communication, we should have no hesitancy to open it up and respond to it. I think that is would strengthen us, and I think it's totally legal. Otherwise, we're sort of like zombies, you know, ships passing in the night. And I know that's not us. We're a loving family that is acting in the public service within the law. And then there's another item I was wondering, we've had about 8 issues today where nobody has appeared on AT&T Monitor. We stop what we're doing and we take 15 or 30 seconds to ask about AT&T Monitor, and there's never anybody there. We're not required to do that. The proof of it is that the city of Los Angeles just decided that they're not going to take electronic appearances. If you want to provide some input for the LA City Council, you got to physically show up or write a letter, have it delivered, you know, within 24 hours before the meeting starts, and a copy will go to everybody. We're maintaining the right of the public to be heard. But they've had problems down there of people defaming the members, coming in on telephone and being rude. We had the San Bernardino City Council had a black lady testifying, and somebody online decided to call her names and say, if you don't agree with this, go back where you came from. Here in our meeting, we had Mr. Lucky in Newport Beach, unhappy with me, my constituent, and he didn't write to me. He didn't send me a text. He has since sent me a text, but he called into the meeting under off-agenda items to berate me, and that's totally appropriate. So I think it would be in the public interest if we parroted what they did in Los Angeles and just don't acknowledge AT&T operator. It would save, maybe, 10 minutes during the course of a meeting, or that's very small, but still we're anxious to get to the vote. We're anxious to do the public's business, and I think it's a deterrent. And the fact that 8 or 10 times today, we've asked for a voice and there's nobody there. I think that's just a burden that we could easily escape. And if you have a thought on that, we could have a full hearing on it, or you could agree with me today. And I think I've really had enough time on this today, and I appreciate your courtesy, as I always do.
Great. Thank you very much, Member Schaefer and Vice Chair Lieber.
Just a question for staff. So many of those proposals center around Bagley-Keene. And it's my understanding that under Bagley-Keene, if someone has something to say, they're running for chair or whatnot, they can do a one-directional communication with other members under Bagley-Keene. But what would it take to change Bagley-Keene, which I cherish, in the ways that have been suggested by Mr. Schaefer?
Excuse me. To be clear, he is correct. You can send one-way communications. Bagley-Keene is clear on that. You wouldn't have to change it at all. In the same manner in which I might send a one-way communication to someone, it's their prerogative as to whether or not they respond to me. And so I don't want to speak for Member Schaefer, but it sounds to me he wanted something to be placed in your governance policy that emphasizes that point, perhaps. But again, I don't want to speak for Member Schaefer. To change Bagley-Keene, you would need to change the law if you wanted it to say something else. I think you run the risk when you send a communication out that, for example, if you sent a communication to Member Vasquez and Member Vasquez then told Member Gaines something you said, now you've perhaps violated Bagley-Keene, and I think that sort of gets to your question perhaps. And so, again, Bagley-Keene, the law is what the law is, and so working within those parameters, we try and abide by that, but it sounds like what Member Schaefer is wanting is an emphasis on the idea that one-way communications are in fact allowed.
Okay. And the other question that I had is that the ability of the public to comment on any item on a public agenda is one of those rights in California that we have very much enshrined in our law. And so my supposition is that we don't have the freedom to say, well, we're just going to abrogate the public's right to speak. And am I correct in that?
So there are a lot of things that have been mentioned here. You are correct. The public does have a right to comment on any matter that you are taking action on your agenda. This is a public meeting. I think as a group, this body has also implemented additional ways in which the public can interact, making it more accessible to people who may not otherwise be able to attend. You're not always required to allow public comment on things that you're not taking formal action on necessarily, but I believe this body has chosen to allow that, to allow more engagement from the public.
Okay, and I think we went through this last year. This wasn't part of Mr. Schaefer's comments, but say that any one of us has a particularly edifying policy report that we'd like to get to all of our colleagues. And then we are free to send that to the executive director and ask that it be sent out to all of the board members and perhaps staff as well, if we think that there's a news article from an economic journal or such that would be edifying to the process, to know about whether it relates to an item that's before us or simply adds to our thinking about policy issues. That's a pathway that we can take. Am I right about that one?
Yes, you are.
Great. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments?
If I can ask one question,
Yes,
please.
please. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you say additional methods of communication, we have in-person comment, written comment, and telephone, and you can call in to make the comment. But in regards to telephone comments, I've seen other jurisdictions start to remove that as an option, and I think that's maybe Mr. Schaefer is saying that if you're not in person or not in writing, is that something that we've looked into, maybe removing that telephone option?
I can't personally speak to whether or not we as an agency have looked into removing those methods or not. But I see our executive director coming forward.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. This board has been very transparent and has requested to have public comments in person, by phone, or in writing. And based on my recent conversations with the board members, you all would like to continue to have this transparency. But of course, the board may make a change if they have such a desire.
But have the attorneys, BOE attorneys opined on if public comment by phone is even a requirement moving forward, or is it just an optional, something we choose?
It's an optional. When the board is taking action on something, we do have to go out to see if the public want to make a comment, and that's what we do on any item. And I believe that is for all public boards to do that. The BOE as a public board has done it since I've been around. The franchise tax board does it. And it's just a transparency issue. And it's to let the public participate in the business of the Board of Equalization. And I've asked legal several times about this, and they've come back to me. It's the board's policy, and the board's policy, especially for comments not on the agenda. This board established that policy in 2019. That was one of the first things that you guys did when you became elected officials. And then you affirmed it when we changed the direction of the agenda and took some of the items off the agenda, but you made it a point to have comments not on the agenda as one of the first items on the agenda so the public can participate.
Yes, yeah. Please, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The initial change actually came from Member Cohen. And then affirmed when Member Vasquez was the chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Lieber?
Thank you. And I think it's great to have these questions. I don't want to get a news story started that the BOE is looking at taking away public comment, because public comment is so important for working people who either can't attend a meeting in Sacramento, don't have the funds to be able to get here, are living with a disability but are keenly interested in the process and in the issues and in access to their elected officials. And then really for parents as well. Because I know that another agency that I was sitting on the board of during the pandemic started to have the video access. And it became very important for parents, especially of young children, to not need to leave the house at 6 o'clock at night to go to a public meeting and sit there while the process unfolded, but just to be able to simply monitor it. And I think so often of the fact that the BOE having an elected board is a stand-in in some ways for the access of the public to CDTFA and to other government agencies that don't have an elected board. I would say that the majority of constituent casework that our office gets is for other agencies that our constituents feel like they don't have an elected board that they can comment in a meeting or make contact with a specific person later. And so I think it's so important. And sometimes, as Mr. Schaefer mentioned, it is a little bit awkward, or maybe there's some steps involved. But to me, that's heart and soul of California's crown jewel, which is open public access. And to me, it's, like the restaurants that hang up a shingle saying, your food is going to be made right in front of you. And sometimes, it gets burned or it's not quite right, or there's, people are angry in the kitchen or whatever. Yeah, you get to witness all of it. And
Maybe sausage.
yeah, the making of sausage. There's actually a Whole Foods in Palo Alto that has a window cut into the side of the building for the area where they make the sausage. But I think that's just tremendously important, and it is one of the hallmarks of the way that we do policy in California. So obviously, I am passionate about Bagley-Keene, no less so the Brown Act, and I think we need to stick by our policy features that are so important to us.
If I may, ma'am?
Yes, please.
I will remind you guys didn't live through it, but the Taxpayer Transparency Act, that was one of the issues. They felt that the BOE was not open enough, and one of the alleged reasons why they restructured us. And with this new set of members that came in 2019, you guys have done an excellent job of being transparent and open and available to the public. And I would hate for us to take a seat back. As far as Member Schaefer's comment regarding staggering the terms, 2019 was unusual that we had 4 new elected officials. We had 4 because of the Taxpayer Transparency Act. One decided that the job was not what she wanted anymore, and the other one moved over to the treasurer's office. So you would normally have 2 coming in and 2 going out. This was just unusual.
Well, it could do that again,
And it can do it again.
right? 'Cause you don't know if someone might
I don't
leave
know.
midterm or something.
Yeah,
and then
someone
run.
might decide that they want to do something different,
Yeah.
and it's, as the elected officials, it's your right, it's your path. But I was just want to say that this sitting board has done an excellent job at transparency, an excellent job with respecting Bagley-Keene. And I do not want to see us taking a seat backwards.
Well, that was, when we talk about the reforms in AB 102, I think we wanted to be very cautious and very open and transparent in our processes. And so I like the way we've done it. I like the fact that there's an opportunity for the public to engage. And I think overall it's been positive. And so I just don't see the rationale right now to make changes in that regard. I mean, I appreciate the discussion because it did get me thinking, but And I think it's worked relatively well. I think it's been pretty smooth, and people, if they wanted to speak, they had the opportunity to do so. So I would just be in favor of keeping what we have, and I think Vice Chair Lieber's point is a good one, in that I just wouldn't want to send the signal to our constituents that you're going to have less access to the BOE.
I agree 100%. I've been doing this, working with the public for quite some time, and I think that they should have access to their elected officials. I think when I came on board, I probably pushed my team more to have to be more available, because they should have access to us.
Yeah.
They should be able to call us and ask questions, or write us and ask questions, and get a response in a timely fashion.
Right.
And that's what we strive for.
Yes, and I think the staggered term issue that you bring up I think it's valid, but I think over time it'll take care of itself, because you never know if someone may run for another office midterm, serving here, or get an appointment and leave. And so I think it will become staggered if we just are patient. And in terms of the Bagley-Keene, I think you would provide some clarity in an individual communication, kind of a one-way communication. I'm hoping that satisfies you in that respect. Okay.
Well, first of all, Madam Executive Director, you were part of that very aggressive, transparent team from 2019 on, so you can take pride in that, and I appreciate your comments about what a good job we were doing. I think you respect the status quo a little more than I would. I think it's our duty to reinvent ourselves every so often and analyze what we're doing and what's really in the public interest. I think it's healthy if we analyze that at least annually, and I appreciate the fact that you have given me the permission to do that. I have a perfect solution. I'm a little annoyed by the fact that almost 100% of the time when we put things on hold while we check with the AT&T operator, there's nobody there. I would propose, and I think she admits that it's optional whether we have telephonic input or not. I would say, how about let's keep the electronic input, but don't make inquiry on every item. If there's electronic input, they're going to know about it. They're receiving the incoming call. Either our clerical staff or our AT&T moderator can say, honorable members, we have a call. Today, if that were the rule, we would have heard nothing, because out of eight items or so, there was nobody. If somebody had called in, like Palmer Luckey, my multi-billionaire buddy in Newport Beach, AT&T operator could say, we have a incoming call, and we would recognize it. So we're protecting the public there. We're just saving us having to stop and inquire when there's nobody home. I've been counting it today, and I think we've had 7 or 8 opportunities when there's nobody there. I don't think the public pays any attention to us, but they should have the right to, and I respect that. And I think the Schaefer proposal is that we just stop asking and arrange for staff to notify us if they have an incoming call. And I would ask you to support that.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chair Lieber.
A comment. I think the technology may not be as advanced as what you're thinking, Mr. Schaefer, that we can't tell if someone's on the line. But if we could kind of keep that in our back pocket as an idea, so that if the technology does change and we can see people waiting, as we do in the Teams environment, where staff can see that there's, Mr. Fred Smith waiting in the Teams environment to come on, then we could take a look at that.
We could look at that, madam and sir, but you have to understand, we're talking about the board's governance policy. how the board wants to govern itself. With respect to asking the public to comment on an item before the board takes a vote, that's by law. We have to do that. You don't have a choice. The board cannot vote until we ask for public comment. Unless you want to change Bagley King. And you guys are, to all due respect, sir, you guys are not legislators. So you will have to get someone to sponsor the legislation to change the rules. You will be closing down the voice of the public. And I told you guys today I was a little emotional. And this is a bad direction for this board to go in. You guys work too hard. You guys are a beacon. And I don't think you should go backwards. It's wrong. And I know, I speak with you guys a lot. And I'm so proud of you guys. The Controller Cohen, she's out there every day fighting for BOE. And this is a wrong direction. Hard stop. And if you guys want to terminate me, I will understand why. But this is a wrong direction. We should continue what we're doing. We have reinvented ourselves. We are a shining light. I just had my advisory council meeting last week, and two of the people are legislators, and they commended us on what great work we're doing. I'm a little emotional. Maybe it's my birthday too.
Yes. Vice Chair Lieber.
If I could follow up, if it was because it's your birthday, I'd love you to have your birthday 365 days a year, because I want to commend your passion around this. And you are one of the reasons that this board is so well regarded now. And all the members here have participated in the turnaround since 2019. And frankly, when I came in as a new member and there was, all the experienced board members, you were each of tremendous help to me. And then we have our state controller. We're especially lucky to have an excellent state controller who is hopefully going to be the continuity into the next board, where I will be the only continuing member eligible to run again. And so I think that things are really running well at this point in time. And we need to continue that and to redouble our efforts to be evangelists for the transparency that we have had. So I want to commend the executive director for bringing that forward. That's so important. And I think it's a boost to staff when they hear how absolutely serious we are about being transparent for our constituents. And I always try to encourage our constituents who have any matter, anything, tell us what the problem is, what you're experiencing, where the roadblock is. And I think that when you don't have the transparency is where roadblocks and a callous attitude towards constituents that you're sworn to serve starts to come about. And so I think that the executive director in particular, but all of the valued staff of the agency are doing an outstanding job. And we're just very lucky to be at this point in time that we're at right now. So thank you very much.
The team, there are some are here and most of them are at their office, but they are dedicated and excellent workers.
Yes,
And I
true public
really
servants.
appreciate them, and we're going to appreciate them on a December 9th. But,
Yeah.
okay, I will sit down.
No, I have something to say before you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead,
Ah.
Schaefer.
Yes, you know, this is my 60th anniversary of public life. Since I was 27, I joined the city council. I'm now 87. I've never seen staff have the passion that you do. I think our executive director really should have stayed here as a member, or she should be out running for governor. That kind of passion, it needs a much bigger audience than she has with us. I would say that I still disagree with her thoughts that we're closing any doors if we make a change. I'm saying that instead of us 8 times saying, hey, AT&T operator, anybody out there? That we just simply say, hey, AT&T operator, if anyone calls in, we want you to let us know forthwith. We are, by that way, also inviting them in, which is what we should do and what Ms. Lieber salutes, and I second whatever Ms. Lieber had to say on that. I mean, I hope you run again so you'll have 5 chances to be chair. But again, I applaud our staff. I think they're second to none. I was so pleased today to see our new staff sitting in the back with the CHP officer and had a chance to meet them. I applaud everyone that's come in, and the fact that the people that are retiring here are not after a few years or after 20 years, 30 years. We're getting a lot of people who've given their life to what we're trying to do. And I think we are fully, as a matter of law, protecting the public. If we say AT&T operator, we're not going to bother you 8 times, we're going to bother you 1 time. It's your obligation to promptly let us know, because we're inviting the public. We don't want you to tell us every time, yes, there are no bananas. I just want you to say, yes, we do have a hot one here. Nothing's lost that way, and we may only save 10 times, 10 or 15 minutes a day, but it would be efficiency, and I think we always have to salute efficiency, and I'm all about efficiency.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Schaefer. Member Vasquez.
And I just wanted to, excuse me, applaud our executive director. And I think you think that there was a majority moving in that direction. And listening to the discussion, I don't see anything changing. At the end of the day, we're all about inviting the public. I mean, I came off of a council in Santa Monica. We were lucky to finish our meetings by 3 in the morning. I mean, because we let everybody speak, and everybody, since we're so close, City Hall, you can walk to it. Not that many people, especially in the state of California, can walk here. This is not very pedestrian friendly, for example, or accessible. So I don't think it's ever going to be a problem. And I know where you were trying to go with this, Member Schaefer, but it's not, I don't think it's a problem for us. At the end of the day, we get very few people. Well, look at the room. We get very few people showing up here, much less even calling on the line to testify.
Right.
I wish we had more folks interacting with us, and anything to discourage that would just be heading in the wrong direction.
Right.
Chair, I'm not trying to discourage anything. I'm encouraging people to call in. I'm just saying that we shouldn't have to ask 8 times. We're saying that our AT&T guy has a duty to let us know when there's a call, and we'll give it our full attention.
Sure. But I think we just want to err on the side of caution. And I think this board has been tested numerous times with attempts within the legislature to eliminate the Board of Equalization. And yet I think we've had really a stellar record, and it is BOE, we used to say 2.0. It's a new BOE, and a key element of that was transparency. And that was really uplifted by Controller Cohen and her ability to make sure that we did that. And I think it made it a lot easier for her to defend the BOE when we were under potential attack in the legislature. So it's something I'll never forget, that she came back time and time again and fought for this board. And so I think we have an obligation to the public, but also to Controller Cohen, that we continue the culture that was created when she served on the board with us, and that I think it just bodes for bigger and better things. The advancements in the legislature, reaching out to them, asking, they're coming to us. I think members here are encouraging that, and I think that's helping our legitimacy before the legislature. And you never know, there could even be an expansion of authority at the BOE if things continue to be run in the right fashion, which I believe, and I think we all believe, has been done over the last several years. So,
That's a good point.
thank you.
If I may.
Thank you. Yes, and I think we have one more comment here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very, very spirited discussion. I see Member Schaefer in terms of having a good pace to the meetings and speaking, moving expeditiously, but the public comment part is very, very important. And being the only elected tax board in the country is so unique in its own right. And it's a way of we create our own playbook here on how we're going to do it. And the members make a good point about Sacramento just kind of not always being the most accessible place in the world. But I think we're on the right track, Mr. Schaefer, and there are ways to expedite the meeting. We've cut down opening remarks to 3 minutes. We try to have a quick lunch break, an hour flat, and just continue to do other things that can make us handle our business. And there are days that there are public comment, and we are getting telephone comments about things that matter and things that we're going to vote on. And maybe not today, but there are other days where we have great meetings and great public input, and some of the informational hearings and all the work that we're doing around that as well gets a lot of great input. So I think we're on the right track here, but I do appreciate your comments today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go back to Ms. Himmovitz.
You guys are doing great. I was just standing. So what I would like to point out is that today is really just an opportunity to do exactly what Member Schaefer did, was to bring any ideas that you may have for proposals to your governance policy. It's okay if you didn't do it today. This item will, we typically bring back in December to finalize any proposed changes. I'm not sure if anybody else has any suggestions now, but it is we did have a lot of discussion about many things, but it is your governance policy, so that is your prerogative. But you are certainly not required to make any changes to the policy.
Okay, so I just asked the question of the members in terms of, would you like this to go to the next agenda, or are we prepared to move forward on the governance policy today? And Vice Chair
That's a
Lieber,
question that I have. Are we voting to adopt it today with the changes that were made during this year?
The changes have already been adopted. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, you would have to take a vote to undo those at this point. As we've said in the past, this is your policy. You can make changes to it as frequently as you want. You have opted to bring it up annually for this review, and so that's what we're doing today. But again, if nothing comes to mind now, but say like next April, you have another idea, that certainly you have the opportunity to make those changes as you see fit. It is your policy.
That's twice a year, is it, that we get you said next April?
No, I use that as an example because that was, you adopted a change this past April.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Vice Chair Lieber, you're still, another comment? Member Vasquez.
Just to say that, I think we need to keep in mind that we can suggest changes to the governance policy at any meeting and see if a majority of the board favors them. And so this isn't closing the door, but this is just a great review. And I hope that people save some of their passion for item 9. Thank you.
Okay, Member Vasquez.
Yeah, I was basically going to echo the same thing, that, there's nothing keeping us from agendizing at any one of our meetings, as long as we give notice, right? The only thing that I noticed, and maybe it'll come up in December, was I know there was some discussion a few months back about whether we wanted to put in the governance, and I don't know if it's appropriate, whether we have working committees, or what was the other issue that came up these hearings. And I know a lot of folks just pretty much tabled that, because I think the way we're operating makes a lot of sense. But other than that, I think we're fine.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion to accept?
Oh, you don't need
We
to
don't need
make,
a
you don't
motion.
need to make a motion. This
We don't,
is,
okay.
you could treat it as a report, and I'm happy
Okay,
to
well,
step
this,
down.
we got an update on the updated governance policy, right?
Thank you very much.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, we're looking for passion in item 9 here. All right. Here we go. Okay, Legal Entity Ownership Program, LEOP, Informational Hearing Proposal. Vice Chair Lieber is presenting this item.
Thank you. Members, the memo and the item today are to request to schedule an informational hearing on the Legal Entity Ownership Program, otherwise known as LEOP, at the January 28th, 2026 board meeting. As members are aware from the briefing that was held 6 or 8 years ago, the LEOP process is essential to ensuring our property tax system functions efficiently, that accurate property valuations are recorded based on true changes in ownership, that correct taxes are paid and accurate revenues are received by our schools, counties, cities, and special districts. The hearing on LEOP and the functions relating to change in ownership in California is in accord with due diligence and the exercise of our responsibility as board members to oversee the functions of the property tax system. We are putting forward a request for 90 to 120 minutes at the January board meeting, and staff has said that they can accommodate this. Wherein we'd like to have a review of data concerning changes in property ownership in California that have been compiled by academic institutions, an analysis provided by major stakeholders and policy analysts regarding LEOP, commentary from representatives of the California Assessors Association and by individual assessors, regarding how they implement a LEOP function. And then, of course, direction and commentary from our executive director and the BOE's LEOP staff as directed by the executive director. I think that this can be a very engaging session to have oversight on, and that LEOP isn't just for tax nerds, it's for everybody. We can all partake of it and make sure that changes in ownership are well and accurately reflected in the tax rolls. So I appreciate the board looking at this, and when the time is right, I'd be happy to make a motion on it.
Okay, very good. I would like to request that Vice Chair Lieber include some individuals that I think should speak also. I'd love to have this perspective. I think we're going to provide 2 views, and maybe not. Maybe there'll be some commonality. I'm not sure, but I would love to have Rob Gutierrez with Caltax speak, John Kupal with the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, and Rob Lapsley with the California Business Roundtable. And if you are accommodative in having those individuals participate, I'm in favor of moving forward.
And I'm sure that my staff got this, but the third person that you mentioned.
Is Rob Lapsley, California Business Roundtable. So it'd be Caltax, Howard Jarvis, and California Business Roundtable.
Yes, that sounds very good, and I'm appreciative that Caltech submitted such a substantive letter at the previous meeting and said that they had no problem whatsoever with a hearing on LEOP as a subject.
Okay.
So that sounds great.
Wonderful.
If I may, ma'am. Caltex and Harvest Jarvis are both one of my advisory council members, and they did bring this topic up, and they did express a desire to participate in any informational hearing. So they are eagerly waiting for your call.
Okay. All right.
Excellent, excellent, thank you.
Very good. I believe you've made a motion. Is that right, Vice Chair Lieber?
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we're open for comments. But I was just trying to figure out if we had
We're looking at a scheduling issue right now, so can we have that on the 29th as opposed to the 28th?
Yes.
We already have, we're set as a two-day meeting anyway.
That sounds fine.
Chair, you want a second?
Well, let's hold off. I just want to make sure we have clarity on a motion. Then I'd like to open it up for discussion, and then we'll call for the second, if we could do that.
I haven't actually made the motion yet,
I
but I
know.
just got some important input from
Right.
our executive director.
Sure.
So I could go ahead and make a motion, then we could continue with discussion if that's okay. I'd like to move that we hold an informational hearing on the legal entity ownership program, LEOP, on January 29th at our board meeting of that date. Thank you.
Wonderful. And that would include my comments in terms of invitations to these entities to speak.
Certainly. These individuals, Rob Gutierrez, John Kupal, and Rob Lapsley, or their representatives.
Yes. Wonderful. Now, before we get a second, let's open it up for discussion, and Deputy Controller Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a great set of ideas here. I was looking at the bullet points, and bullet point 1, it says review of data concerning changes in property ownership compiled by academic institutions, particularly USC. And then the 4th bullet point says commentary from the board's LEOP division. But wouldn't it make sense for the board LEOP staff to make the actual presentation as well? Because, I mean, that's the bread and butter of what we do in terms of property ownership in California. Is that something that we have the capacity to do? Rather than USC presenting to us?
Executive Director Stowers.
That's a good question, sir. I believe Ms. Lieber has already received a report from USC on some data. So I don't think it's going to be the same, but yes, we will participate, and I think the informational hearing should start with myself and staff going through an overview of what LEOP is and what we do and what we have discovered over the past years. So I think we'll go first, if that's okay with you, ma'am. And then your other people can speak. And I think the assessors, they also would like to speak, and they like the program. So, and I want them to speak because we get more kudos that way. Okay, if that's helpful?
Yes, that's actually my intention. I don't know why I ordered these bullet points the way that they are here, but I would like to have our own BOE staff speak first, and then the Assessors Association and individual assessors that choose to participate. And then where I think the data from academic partners is important is they are studying transfer of property at a macro level. And so that's a level of detail that the BOE would not necessarily see unless it was asked to look at the evidence on whether a transfer has taken place. There may be many transfers happening within the business sphere that are simply reported on to the FTB, and there's no question or controversy. The company and its property has been sold. Everybody agrees with that, and so it moves on from there. But USC in particular, and there may be other academic institutions that would like to comment too, has been studying this over a period of time. And so I think we'll have some illuminating things to say about trends and changes within the overall economy.
So understood on that end, and thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, for clearing that up. So is BOE going to be able to write an analysis or report on the USC report before it's presented to us?
That's a very good question. First, let me introduce Ms. Lauren Keach, the chief in charge of this program. She's prepared right now to give you an overview. As far as the USC study, we have not seen it yet, but if we get an advanced copy of it, we would gladly provide an opinion. We always have opinions.
Okay,
Can we get
sounds good.
assurance of that there would be an opportunity to review that for the controller and board members?
Well, I think that I'd rather have them talk about their research directly, so that I mean, I can provide whatever we get to staff in advance so that they can say, hey, we think that this may not have been, it's a factor that was not accounted for in their research about the overall economy. But given that there is an entity that is doing this research within California, if they're willing to come, I'd love to have them talk about their economic research too.
That's fine. Because this is a LEOP hearing on BOE's LEOP program, I would want, and the controller as well, preferring that the BOE staff and LEOP take the lead on this. And if USC wants to critique it or whatnot, we can go through that process. But this is definitely something that the LEOP program should be first and foremost taking a full charge on.
I agree, sir, and that's why we've been talking about this, because it came up last month, and we are prepared to take the lead on this, because it is our program. It's what we do.
And just to add on that, Lauren Keach again, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. So it is a two-part process, but what we can do on our end is we can prepare a presentation explaining our role in the process, the statutes that govern it, that govern the filing, and our role with our partnership with FTB. And we can pull data for you and share with you all the information that we have on our side. But USC may also have interesting and compelling data as far as the reassessment side that's handled by the county assessors. So we can definitely prepare a presentation, share what we do, and how we co-administer that with the assessors.
That would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Keach. Great. Okay, any other comments? We have a motion. We've got a motion, right? So do we have a second on the proposed motion, or does it need to be modified in any way? Is everybody happy?
I'll second it to move it forward, yeah.
Have a second? Okay, all right. So we've got a motion and a second. We don't have any written comments. Okay, nobody's in the audience. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. Is that okay with you, Mr. Schaefer, Member Schaefer? If we go to the AT&T moderator and let us know if anybody's on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Nobody will be there.
If you would like to make a comment, you may press 10 on your telephone keypad. And we have no one indicating they'd like to speak.
All right, but it's important that we do the outreach. And I think this is an important item, so I think we may have more interest in this subject as it comes up on the agenda. So, all right, Vice Chair Lieber's made a motion to hold informational hearing on LEOP at the January 28th, 2026 meeting. as proposed, with Member Vasquez providing the second. Ms.
Excuse me,
Chiquetti?
did you say January?
26.
26? I have
2026.
It's on the 20, we just amended it today to do the 29th.
sorry.
Day 2 of our
Okay.
January meeting.
Thank you. So, yes, we're going to hold an informational hearing on LEOP on January 29th, 2026. And we have Vice Chair Lieber providing the motion and Member Vasquez providing the second. And Ms. Chiquetti, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Next item under board matters, board member matters is item 10, the 2025 County Assessor and Assessment Appeals Board, ABB issues, Part 2, Board Work Group Minutes and Report. Member Vasquez is providing the presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair Gaines. And thank you, members, for giving me the opportunity to bring this item back today. In September, the board held the second meeting of the 2025 Assessor and AAP Issues Work Group with a focus on developing best practices regarding several aspects of the assessment appeals process. We received significant and substantial testimony from all of our participants. And as we present the minutes and report, I want to acknowledge all the hard work which our stakeholders have put into this work group. As mentioned in my memo, there are 3 critical parts of the item which I want us to consider today. I will lay them out first, and then we can discuss each one. First one, acceptance of the work group minutes. 2, approval of the 3 detailed recommendations that I believe are important to adopt now. And the 3rd, approval of the 3rd work group meeting for a February 26th meeting. Regarding the minutes contain a comprehensive list of testimony and recommendations received from the speakers in order and also references some of the written submissions we have received. Regarding the detailed recommendations, there are 3 recommendations which I have presented in detail in the report. They are: 1, the LTA providing clarity on cross-county appointment authority for the AAB board members on a permanent or temporary basis. We heard testimony that there are some questions that the ability of counties to appoint AAB members from another county on a temporary basis is unclear, and that counties would benefit from BOE guidance clarifying that authority under the law. The LTA requested lays out specific questions which the executive director can direct agency staff to address. 2, establishment of an annual AAB update meeting where we can facilitate discussion of important issues and generate informative materials on topics that will be assistance to the AAB members and local agencies involved in the process. Per our request, it would follow an informational hearing format and be hosted by a designated board member. The meeting can include, for example, an update on relevant case law, discussion of current or continuing issues and trends, and panel discussions on issues of interest and importance as determined in collaboration with the stakeholders. As 2026 would be the first year of the annual update meeting, I would volunteer to host the inaugural meeting. Given our other existing commitments for board meeting days in 2026, I would request that it would take place as an added second day to our August meeting. 3rd, the LTAs providing clarity on two technology questions related to e-signatures in the AAB process. First, a revision of the LTA 2007/059 to ensure clarity in the use of the term digital signature versus e-signatures. Second, a request for an LTA to provide guidance on the accessibility of electronic submission of an agent authorization form, which is relegated by both Rev and Tax Code and the Business and Professions Code of the AAB process. Regarding the third work group meeting, finally, given the testimony received, there are some issues which require a deeper dive to fully understand. For that reason, I request a third work group meeting for February of 2026 to focus on, first, discussion on simplifying the assessment appeals application form, and second, input on possible guidance which the board can provide, which would create a list of factors that the AABs consider when determining whether good cause exists for a postponement or a continuance on assessors. For example, the assessor, I think her name was Montevera, that came and testified before us, mentioned at the assessors conference last month. And the third would be input on guidance that the board can provide regarding the appropriate level of coordination between assessors and county clerks in scheduling assessment appeals hearings. With that, I will open it up for any input or suggestions or comments from my colleagues.
I just like to throw out something. I don't even know if we can do it or not, but I don't object to anything that you're proposing here. I'm wondering, could this be combined into one motion? I don't know if.
That's what I was hoping for, but I.
Yes, that. Wonderful, okay.
Questions?
Sure, yes.
Some questions. So I've been mostly focused on the immediate action recommendations. And so I don't want to combine that with the proposed February
Okay.
Motions, because I've just really been rereading these right now at this time. But I wanted to get staff's input on the immediate actions recommendations. And recommendation 1 is an urgent request for board guidance on the permissibility and legal limitations of cross-county AAB appointment authority. And is this something that we can do?
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. It is an area of the law, or we can look at the statutes to see whether it is or is not permissible with a statute, with a regulation, with guidance. But we would have to take a sort of a deep dive into all the relevant statutes. But it is something we can look at.
So staff can examine it and see if there's some type of statutory support for it. Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I am good with allowing staff to go through that process of looking at the relevant statutes.
Okay.
And then my second one, don't go anywhere, if you would, please. My second one, board to establish and host an assessment appeals update meeting or educational hearing in August of 2026. So my understanding of where we're at, and if staff would please correct me on this, we have developed training for AAB members. And so they can take that ongoing training either digitally or in person. in some way. Am I understanding that correctly?
The law requires, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director, for new AAB members, they are required to have training. We have a training, it's a manual, they kind of self-study. They can use our training, or they can do the training that the county provides for them. But it's my understanding, at least the clerks of the boards are saying that the AAB members need additional technical training. They have not said what they need the training on, but we did open our technical training that we could provide to the assessors and their staff. And that training deals with like possessory interest, which many of the assessors feel that the AAB members could benefit from. It's also valuation, how to value the cost approach, the income approach. I'm not an appraiser, but I play one. So they're open, they can take that training if they like. We did invite them to it, but they have not signed up yet. And based on the letter that the clerks wrote, they didn't think that training was necessary. So I'm at a loss on what they want. So, I don't know. I mean, and you have to understand, unlike the assessor staff, who must have ongoing training in order to put value, that's not a requirement for AAB members. These are appointed officials, appointed individuals, and long as they are, they meet the requirements of having a real estate license, or an attorney, or a CPA, that's it. So I'm not sure what they want and whether or not this hearing would meet their needs.
Yeah, so the proposal is for an assessment appeals update meeting or educational hearing in August of 2026, and thereafter annually. So I don't have a problem with it happening in August 2026, because it sounds like we have to have a lot of discussion with the clerks, and possibly the assessors could chime in as well. Or they may not want to.
We have to keep them separate because they're in the appeals process. I think we do need to know more of what they think they need. I think that Mr. Vasquez's team, the suggestions was very creative, trying to solve a problem. I just don't know if having it in that format is going to give them what they need. I think when they brought it up, they said for us to host a conference, a technical conference, and of course I complained because we're not funded for that. I think the better conclusion is for them to host a conference and invite us to do a technical presentation.
And I wonder,
and they could be in a classroom setting.
I wonder, just on this one recommendation, if it might be possible to fold that into the February, because then there would still be quite an amount of time between February and August. And then we could coalesce our thoughts about it and perhaps get an informal beat, at least, on what the clerks are willing to do. Because when you get appointed to a board or commission of any kind at the county level, including the AABs, your primary point of contact is the clerk's office there. And so I'm struck by the fact that no one has come forward to avail themselves of the training. And so I wonder if we could either grapple with that in January or preferably in February? Would that be possible?
I'm open.
Okay. So we could keep thinking about that? Okay.
I'm asking staff.
Yeah, keep thinking, keep talking.
Oh, we could keep working with them, because I think we do need a little bit more clarification on what they need.
Yeah.
We want to meet their needs, but we don't want to put a lot of staff time into something that we're not meeting their needs.
Yeah.
Want to meet their needs. So if that, I'll be quiet. I sit down now.
And, well, don't sit down yet, because if I may continue just for a moment. The immediate recommendation 3, update or revise board guidance on the authority of clerks to accept or reject electronic filings. Are we far enough down a road where we could provide guidance on that?
We knew this one was coming. Okay, Dave?
Good afternoon. Chair Gaines, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. I think this inquiry is specific on an LTA, the 2007 LTA. That I've reviewed that LTA. That LTA gives basically 2 points, but what it does not do and does not explain that well is how those 2 points actually interact. We have since given more guidance on it. If they would like clarification on that LTA, we'll be more than happy to redraft it and give more clearer guidance. The essence of the LTA is that the LTA was released right after legislation was passed that gave the Board of Supervisors the ability to approve electronic signatures specifically for the clerks of the board and their acceptance of assessment appeals. So that was meant to announce that. We have a development of the digital signature right after that said, hey, if you do a digital signature, that's also good. What we didn't connect was you can do one or the other. If you do digital, you do not need the Board of Supervisors okay on that one. So we'd be more than happy to provide some clearance on that. Some clearance on that. We actually have since given the same guidance for the assessors, and the assessors are handled under a different provision of the Revenue Taxation Code.
Okay.
So be more than happy to do that.
Okay, that sounds like a win there. And then the last one, actually, it's part of 3 is the authority and methods for processing electronic agent authorization forms. So it sounds like there's an opportunity to create some clarity there that would help to facilitate things happening more gracefully.
If I may, we have actually done so for the assessors and their ability to basically accept electronic signatures. We've already provided that guidance. That guidance is only guidance to the assessors, to the fact that it may be helpful and illuminating for the Assessment Appeals Board. I think the guidance in it in general is good, and it should provide a good framework as to what can be, what we would think is a good framework to accept electronic signatures and to rely on their veracity and their ability to basically rely on it. So,
okay, great. And
no, yeah, no. So executive director pointed out that while we actually have a role, according to statute, that we actually okay what the assessors use as their method to authenticate electronic signature, we do not have the same role for the Assessment Appeals Board and the clerks of the board. That role is held by their Board of Supervisors at the county level.
Okay, and I wonder if that authority can somehow be bootstrapped in a way that would be influential on the AABs. For example, a letter to the clerks saying that our authority extends to the assessors, and we have issued this guidance.
Correct.
And then they might say, oh, well, okay, that sounds like a really good idea.
Yes.
And we might not have to seek legislation that would make that clear and provide a really clear pathway, because people might just do it out of their own volition and
Yes.
say this is a really good thing. So I am, out of the immediate action steps, I am most interested in 1 and 3A and B. I think those are very helpful steps that would be very beneficial to removing some of the roadblocks.
Good, excellent. Let me now move to Deputy Controller Imran.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked about this conference. Is it like a BOE hosted or AAB hosted? And kind of what that looks like. Mr. Vasquez, you can answer that too if you like.
I believe Mr. Vasquez's vision was, it was going to be a informational hearing type situation, and it would be, he would like to host the first one, and then he volunteered himself, and based on my reading of the report, because it was very detailed, you guys would reach out to the clerks and the AAB members and get an understanding on what they want to hear, what they want to be trained on.
Yes.
And then you guys will get the speakers. It was not asking staff to do the presentation. Of course, we would participate, and of course, we probably would do something. But it's not really staff work.
And
Does
this,
that
it makes sense. And then the date on this potential hearing?
August? I
Well,
think
we were looking at an August date for that.
August,
one.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I
So we
think,
have a little bit of time. Yeah.
but I think Ms. Lieber was saying, can we get a little bit more information from the clerks
Yes.
on what they think the need is before we take action?
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Member Schaefer?
As to item 25, there's concern about speculative and bulk filings. What are speculative filings? Are those weak filings, filings that
Are you reading his report? I don't have that.
Well, it was my chief of staff's analysis. We're on item 10, right? And there were bulk filings and there were speculative filings that we were looking to assist the counties in reducing those. I think speculative filings may be just because we don't think it's very good, but I think it should come to full hearing. And bulk filings, I would favor bulk filings if they're all in good faith. It sort of makes it easier to deal with the same parties who might have several properties.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that grouping right there. I know there has been ongoing issues with certain tax agents doing bulk filings and doing it at the filing deadline. So, and I think it's an issue of law. Can you do bulk filing How do you know if everything was timely filed, if you got everything in one box? But, that's a law issue.
Vice Chair Lieber?
And I think Mr. Vasquez could correct me if my understanding isn't correct about that, but I think that might be part of the second stage that's going to come back in February. So we'll have a chance to work on that a little bit, because I think that is quite pressing when somebody turns around and there's, you know, a 4-foot cube of filings that just arrived on a truck. So, so we'll have time.
That's good. I'm always complaining about the amount of paper we go through, the number of trees that are cut down to supply the needs of government. I've asked that we use front and back. I hear there's, see 27 pages in today's item 10. That would be only 13 and a half pages if we did front and back. Every magazine I read is front and back. Every law case I look up in the library is front and back. I read the daily papers, it's always front and back. I would like to see us print these things in front and back. I think we could save thousands of pages each meeting. Well, not each meeting, but each month. Well, that would be the same thing.
Thank you, sir. You know, we did front and back last month, and you didn't even comment on it. I'm just saying. But we also we recently reached out to each office and asked how many copies of the materials that you wanted, and we did a reduction. I believe most offices responded, you only needed one or you only needed two. And your office responded, or your office said they only wanted one. So we are trying to meet the needs based on what your office is asking for.
Yeah, we all try to be efficient. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so are we, another question?
If I might make a request to Mr. Vasquez, I wonder if you might, as the motion, accept the minutes and then proceed on the immediate action steps 1 and 3, A and B, as today's nugget of information. And then I know that I want to keep rereading the whole package, and in particular, all the good things that we're going to hear about in February.
So you want to hold number 2 for later? Or like table it, or what were you thinking? What was your suggestion?
I was thinking accept the minutes and accept items 1 and 3 of the immediate action steps.
Okay.
And then we would get input from the clerks on item 2, and then we could proceed with that and the other recommendations in February.
In February?
Yeah, if that works for you.
Sure, I'm open, that's fine.
Can we do that in the form of a motion?
So what I would move then, I guess, is that I would move item 1, which is accept the work board minutes. And then item 2 now would be item 3, which is to move the approval of the third group meeting in February, which you're comfortable with, right?
Yes.
And then hold off on the number 2, approval of the detailed recommendations for the work group for the at our February meeting.
If I may?
Oh, sorry. Or you have a better, is that confusing?
Yes. If I may say, the first motion is to accept the report and the minutes.
Okay.
The second motion is to investigate, or do research on the cross-jurisdictional AAB members, which we're already doing anyway. And then the third is to provide additional guidance on electronic signatures. And then we'll just hold the informational hearing training session until we get more information.
at the
Am I making
February.
sense? And then the rest of the recommendations would be dealt with at the February meeting.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
Can that be in one motion?
it could be one motion.
Okay.
Everybody?
Do we have that? I don't know.
Can I?
Is that?
Can I, so the motion would be to accept the minutes in the
minutes.
report, move forward with guidance on electronic signatures and guidance on cross jurisdictions. Oh, and having another work group meeting in February
Yes.
2026.
Yes.
And that is a motion by Member Vasquez? is
Yes,
that correct?
that's so moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second by Vice Chair Lieber.
Is that clear to the recorders? Sounds like we're getting a legal opinion here, though.
Okay. And do we have any written comments or anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this agenda item? Okay, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Thank you. For public comments, you may press 10 at this time. And no one is queuing up for comments. You may continue.
Wonderful. Thank you, moderator. Member Vasquez has made a motion, as earlier stated, with Vice Chair Lieber providing the second. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Before we do, I think there's staff input.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just want to be clear that with the motion, with having another work group meeting in February, I want to make sure that we realize it's a work group, so the board will not be taking any action. At the February meeting, you'll just be getting more input from the parties.
Yes,
And then come back to the board for action at a regularly scheduled
at a
meeting.
later meeting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So the maker of the motion and the second are comfortable with those changes?
Yes.
Are we okay then? Okay. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Now going to move to item 11 on the agenda, the 2026 board meeting issues and work plan as provided by Member Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair Gaines, for giving us the time to discuss this item today. I wanted to raise awareness of the issues and priorities I see as we move into 2026, and to get the perspectives and input of all board members on the upcoming year. This work plan does not create a mandatory workload and would be subject to change as the year goes on. But I believe it is helpful to all of us, the board members, the public, and the agency, as we look forward to the substantive issues we hope and need to address. We are looking forward to a very substantive 2026, including continuing the assessor and the AAB work group, holding the intangibles work group, and various informational hearings. I am particularly interested in potential informational hearings on Prop 19, revenue reporting and impacts, the property tax implications of home hardening, disaster relief, and continuing to support California's efforts to build affordable housing. As an example, in 2025, counties were required to report their Prop 19 revenue changes for the past 3 years. It is my understanding that the small and medium-sized rural counties are losing a lot of revenue. And there may be no net increase in revenue statewide to make up for that shortfall. And that even the data collection and reporting process itself is a burdensome for the assessor's office. We should hear from them about what they are experiencing and whether they see any relief on the horizon, or whether they need help, and we can be hopefully part of that solution. So while there is no proposed action this month, I welcome input from the board members on what their subjects of interest would gladly be added to this work plan as we put our eye out towards Prosperity bringing back an acceptance by the board next month for 2026. And I don't know if many board members have been thinking about this, but as I'm kind of looking at, especially three of us that are going to be moving on, is seeing hopefully, what impact or imprint or footprint we can leave as we're exiting. And the one thing that really been bothering me, and I'm trying to figure out what we can do to resolve, is this whole Prop 19 situation. And I know several of you in our respective districts have been struggling with that. And I think as we're hearing more and more from our tax, especially our homeowners that are going through a death in the family, they're realizing the impact Prop 19 is going to have on them.
That's right.
You know, many of these people that even voted for it, I don't think really understood it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a real disruptor of generational wealth,
Right?
you know, for,
And the more I speak to realtors, especially at the lower level that maybe are not, part of the leadership, they feel they were bamboozled. They didn't understand the final product that actually got approved and voted on. Because many of them are sitting on properties that are now going to be penalized.
yes. Yeah, so,
Member Schaefer's got some question back there, too.
Sure, Member Schaefer?
Well, I'm not going to make any friends with my comments on this item, but I think the board has to tighten its priorities. Member Vasquez mentioned we're moving on. Well, everybody but Deputy Controller is going to be on the ballot next year. I assume that Sally will be seeking re-election, and I know that Ted wants to be a supervisor, and we all have this great desire to serve the public, and we want to be able to tell them what a great job we did on the BOE. But we have to tighten our priorities. We have such a huge swath of issues to tackle here. I think it's good that we build informational hearings and establish work groups, but now we have so many different priorities going that we are dissipating our effort. We have a lot of very fine, important speakers who come to us in person or online, and they all expect that maybe theirs is the only thing we're considering, and theirs is really only of about a dozen. And I don't think we physically can make everybody happy, and you're going to have some very frustrated, important people that expected we're going to be able to respond to whatever we're talking about, and we don't get to it because physically we're too far spread apart, and they're going to be grossly disappointed in the BOE and in maybe government in particular. Member Vasquez has had maybe 10 items on the calendar this year. I would like to limit us to one proposal every 6 months or something like that. So somebody can't say those that are on the ballot next year have twice as many proposals to talk about as the other members. I just think that week after week, month after month, we are building our castle here of very important issues until we have more than we can handle. And I think we should be a little slimmer, a little trimmer, and a little more focused. Thank you.
And I think that kind of leads to, at least my picture, as we're looking at the work plan, I'm hoping what comes out is we get some focus. And right now, just off the top of my head, unless I hear from others, I think the focus should be Prop 19, but I could be wrong.
Well, you're doing a good job, I know that. But you're doing too good a job.
All right, Deputy Controller Imran.
Thank you. Already 2026 is on the horizon, and this is a good agenda item to talk about a few issues. There's two issues I just wanted to float that the controller and I were thinking about. Number one is digital taxpayer services, self-service tools, and digital payments. And then number two, climate and environmental risk on property tax assessments. We've seen that across the state where some type of environmental or climate concerns have caused properties to either crumble, destroyed in fires, landslides, mudslides, whatever that case may be. And I think that's something the board should continue to look at and how we can continue to adapt on that end to in helping our assessors. Thank you.
Very good.
Legal's here. I think Mr. Vasquez, Member Vasquez, this is just your list of things that you want to focus on for the next year. I want to point out, as I shared with your team, Proposition 19, understand the procedures and the burden for reporting the revenues and gains and losses. There's a process in place already. The California Department of Fee Administration was given that responsibility. There are regulations, and the assessors are following it. When they started the process, there was some confusion, and we did help them. So I don't know what else we can do with the reporting. As far as some counties being in a loss position because of Prop 19, that's absolutely true. But as I've reported to you guys over the past 4 years, there has not been any net increase in revenue. Therefore, there's no funds going to the counties to make them whole or to the firefighters. Again, that's just the way the law is. I don't know, we can talk about it some more, but I don't know what we can do. I just want to put it out there.
I think you're right. I agree with you. And that was my conclusion, and you're confirming what I thought. So at the end of the day, as we think about our work plan, and I think Member Schaefer was bringing up, let's not spin our wheels on some of these things that we're never going to be able to resolve, especially this one. And I'm thinking more along the lines now, in hearing, what was it, at the assessors powwow we had just last month, it sounds like the legislative committee is really interested in possibly working with us and the legislators and those folks on the Assembly and the Senate side to possibly come up with a proposition that deals with Prop 19. And maybe we don't call it 19, because there's some things in 19 that are advantageous to the landlord or to the homeowner. But look at what we need that's not working and maybe come out with Prop 20 or whatever number it has to fix the issue of intergenerational wealth as it existed before Prop 19.
I just wanted to kind of set the stage so that we're not.
Appreciate it.
We're not saying this is our.
No.
Our work plan for
Agree.
the year. That's the one thing I wanted to say. I will also say, I know you guys are very passionate about affordable housing, but let's make sure we're in our jurisdiction. And
along those lines, for example, even though I think a lot of us didn't really, we're really excited about this huge bill that finally passed in the federal level, I understand that there's going to be more money on the tax credit side for the state of California, from what I'm hearing. And if that's the case, I think our role on the affordable housing could be, we could have a role, because currently, what is our authority on tax credits?
We don't have authority over affordable housing.
Are we able to weigh in at all on that?
Our role is limited to the welfare exemption is our role.
What,
But the affordable housing, the low-income tax credit, that's with the state treasurer's office and the state controller's office. The BOE has limited role. We talked about it a lot, and it was acceptable because it was done in an informational hearing set, so we're gathering information, but we need to be careful when it's not our program. And with that being said, I also want to point out that on this list, you have title theft, review issues, consider issues pending the proposed legislation, and other solutions. We wanted to have a speaker on this topic with the assessors, but the speaker we didn't have the appropriate person. And I want to say there's already a solution. SB 255 was enacted. And it puts the burden on the county recorder, not the assessor, to notify property owners when there's been a change to their title. Again, it's a great list. topics that your team shared with me, and I gave them my opinion, but they didn't. It was my opinion.
Well, it's interesting because, we were trying to get someone to come and speak on title theft, actually at our last board meeting. And I do feel like that is a big issue, I think, because I was hearing, even with the legislation, that it may have created more problems than it solves. And so I think it would be good to dig into this issue and have a better understanding. Maybe that's inaccurate, I don't know, but I'd sure like to get a review of the bill itself and how it's working.
Okay, SB 255,
Yes,
yeah. And it's the burden is on the county recorder, not the assessors. We do not have oversight over the county recorders.
yeah, you're right.
But,
But if we do an
But maybe we could
informational
do an
hearing, we should
informational.
get the information out.
Yes. Could we,
Right?
on the bill, so we understand it? Or is there no nexus?
there's no nexus. It's on the county recorder. But I would gladly send you guys the bill. It's pretty straightforward. It mandates that the county recorder notify the property owner when
Okay.
there's a change in their title,
Okay.
and they notify them to their last address or where the last tax bill was set, just in case.
Okay.
So,
But I.
and it's a state mandate, so the counties will be putting in the bill.
Okay.
But I think the issue you're raising, and the one that I've been hearing is, even though, like you said, it's not the responsibility of the assessor, it's the recorder, it's happening. And it's so easy for people to literally steal somebody's property right now.
I hear the same commercials that you're hearing.
And I couldn't believe when I was listening to a presentation on this thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to, as Mr. Schaefer said, let's.
I hear it in terms of, authority, but I'm saying, I don't know if it hurts us to do an information, just get the word out, right? To let people know that this exists and
Well,
at
I'm
least
wondering about the
draw
property.
some attention to it, right?
There's a correlation with property. If they're stealing,
Right?
if they're stealing money against equity in property, but I think we have to rely on our legal counsel here to.
Can I suggest a way out?
Yes.
Let me hear
This
it.
this is something that Mr. Vasquez wants you guys to
I'm
consider.
just throwing it out.
Just
Yeah.
throwing it out there.
Yes.
I think if we want to move further, and maybe it's my fault for picking it apart, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you guys know
Okay.
that this, we need to be careful and.
I agree.
And stay within
Okay.
our jurisdiction. And I understand that your constituents are probably hearing about title theft all the time, and they're concerned, and you want to protect your constituents. But
And if I might make a suggestion, there's obviously a lot of great content here, and I feel that there's things that I'd like to get staff's recommendation on. I am concerned about how much we bite off because we've already committed to the very substantive area of policy that in terms of the second day hearings that we have on the intangibles, and that subject alone takes up every second day hearing that we have next year. And so I'd like to suggest that we maybe bring this back in January and have the chance to each get our questions answered by the executive director about where do we have some kind of statutory authority. And if we don't, maybe it's better for each of us to have a hearing in our district where we're close to our constituents and they can actually come and find out what is title theft. How does this particular county deal with it? Because the counties are very different on what they're able to do. And I think bringing it back in January would give us enough time to ventilate it and say what we like. And And then also, I think the year before last, we had a work plan that came in October and was back in November and December and then January. And then, so many issues came up that we did not know that such wide swaths of our state would go up in smoke and be completely incinerated. And so, California is just that kind of a nation state that anything can and will happen, and we'll want to go back to Prop 8 to re-review our disaster outreach and talk about different kinds of things. So if we can take the time till January and really understand, where we have a clear path, and it shouldn't stop us where we don't have a clear path from holding individual hearings within our district. And on the second page, it talks about.
Can we get clarity on that? So is that something that we could do?
What?
Could I have a hearing in my district, for instance, on title theft?
I've done it already.
Yes, I'm sure you can, yes.
Yeah, you're open to do that.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a lot more latitude.
Yeah, and it's just your district, it's you
Yeah.
meeting with your constituents. Yeah.
And then I think similarly on item 5 on the legislation and ballot measures potentially impacting property taxes, the BOE and county assessors, we may be more effective in working individually with our legislators and seeing what bills come up. There's particular atmospherics around what kinds of bills or initiatives are going to come up this year, because there's going to be dramatically less funding to do ambitious things. And it may not, legislative leadership and the governor and others may not look with favor on the BOE kind of going into it as a board, whereas individual members of the BOE can definitely be intimately involved in legislation, can be requesting language and seeking an author, seeking co-authors, pushing this issue or that issue. The sky's the limit, I think, as individuals. So if we can see this again in January is my bottom line, and we'll kind of develop more information each on our own.
Okay, why don't we just have discussion? Everybody comfortable with that?
I'm good, yeah. I was just
Okay.
throwing out to get some feedback, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's some great ideas. I really appreciate you putting this together, and I think we can reflect on it, and then I think it can be narrowed, and I think your intention was for it to be narrowed, but just to throw out a lot of ideas. So this is informational only, right? So we don't need
You don't need a motion or
a
anything.
motion, but we are going to agendize this for January. I think that's our
Yes.
agreement, right? Okay. And on that
if I
note-
may.
Yeah, please.
Julia Himovitz again on behalf of the legal department. So I want to be clear. Your idea is to bring a plan that has different topics, whatever they may be. I don't need to go into the details of those. However, you as a board have established policies for the way in which you bring agenda items and place them on the public agenda notice. So in approving this list, are you approving the subjects to be placed on the agenda? And if so, will you not require a memo for each item? You don't need to answer this now. I understand you're going to bring it back, but those are some of the things to think about in how this might fit in your own agenda and how you operate as a board.
And I think you're going to provide clarity on terms of that we're remaining within our scope as members of the BOE, or what the board can do.
You have
on each of
requested
these.
that the executive director provide some clarity on the subjects that have been provided, but as things are presented, typically how you have operated as a board is a member is requesting a subject matter either for an information hearing or a work group, and you do have policies within your own governance policy about your work group charter. The member bringing that forward would write a memo, and you discuss that information as a body. My question, or sort of recommendation for you, Member Vasquez, for when you bring this back is that you, in providing this, you're wanting it to be a fluid list. How that gets put on the agenda, that is different than how you as a board have operated in the past for how things have been brought forward. So if you're going to deviate from that process, I believe that should be clarified.
Yeah, that's a
Is it, I'm
great
wondering,
question.
is it enough to say that, what you're saying is that we're moving forward to agendize it in a general term, the work plan, and not be real specific, so it allows us to have that discussion without being in violation of not having a public notice?
So you're not in violation now. My understanding is that you, Member Vasquez, would like this plan to be adopted by the board. My question, and where I'm thinking you might need to provide clarity for, you've agreed to bring it back in January, is this plan now deviating from how you've brought agenda items in the past? And if so, are you going to have a different system for how you're adopting these topics? For example, you did an informational hearing on affordable housing, as we've discussed. When you presented that idea, you presented a memo and you brought it forward and you each voted as to whether or not you wanted that to exist. You also have in your governance policy procedures for how you place work group items onto the agenda. And there's a specific charter for that you have all adopted. So you wouldn't want to adopt something separate, the plan, so to speak, that is now adding things to the agenda, and now you have this plan over here, but then throughout the year, say Chairman Gaines wants to bring forward an item, and now he's going through a different process, or are you suggesting this becomes the process for adopting items to be placed on the agenda?
I'm saying leave it alone the way it is.
Yes.
I'm only throwing this out just to spark some discussion and some feedback on what everybody else is thinking in terms of what should be the priority of the work plan. We won't, we're not going to decide that until we come together in January, most likely. And at that point, I'm assuming people are going to come prepared to discuss, well, I think this should be our work plan, or my thoughts for a work plan for 26. There might be 4 or 5 different work plans being flushed out in the January meeting. And that discussion will narrow it down to areas that we think we really, 1, we have authority in, and then 2, that make sense and are doable.
Okay, Vice Chair
We don't
Lee.
have that now.
And I think what has been successful for us over the past couple of years is not commitment to a work plan, but seeing proposed topics. So we'll keep it the same as it has been, and I would appreciate seeing this in January simply as proposed topics for 2026. And then rather than have staff give an analysis of each one and respond to it, we would have the freedom between now and January to talk with staff about, I'm sort of interested in this topic, and is it within our statutory authority or not? Or in my case, because I've only been here for 3 years, it would be, has this been dealt with before? And so kind of getting clarity around that. And I'm seeing it not so much as a package to be approved, but as a menu of items that we can look at for 2026. We only have, 1 year to stuff everything into, and we're already bursting at the seams with what we have.
Each member could do the same.
Yeah, anybody could bring forward
Each of us
proposed
bring
topics,
forward our
or
ideas.
could say.
I apologize for interrupting,
No.
but to be clear, you already do this now. Each member brings their interests and presents it to the board for people to approve that subject. And we, as a staff, advise you as to whether or not there's a nexus to the agency and whether it's appropriate subject matter for this board. Which I clearly wasn't very clear about, but my question or proposal to Member Vasquez was, this is providing a list of a menu of options, so to speak, and that deviates from the process that you currently have, which is any member that has something they would like to discuss, you bring it forward individually, whether as an informational hearing, a work group, a board member item, and then you all as a board discuss it. This is different in that you're bringing forward a list.
I don't think it's different.
Okay.
I think you're
That's
reading
for
more
you.
into it than it is.
That's for you guys to decide as a board.
We'll
I think,
decide that.
I think you and I probably disagree about this, and that's
We do.
that's fair. But I will say you have the ability to bring these items to us
Exactly.
now. You're not limited to bringing it only in January, and that might be something you want to clarify.
That's a good point. Just to clarify, in my mind too, is that I know we typically reflect at the end of the year what we want to do the following year. And so I know that, like, I'll call a vet and I'll say, I'm interested in this particular subject. Is that something we can put on the agenda? And then it gets calendared. I think what you're suggesting is that we just think of some of those ideas, and then we need to figure out how they get calendared throughout the year, but that wouldn't exempt anybody from doing that really at any time through the year unless we have too many subjects and we run out of days, right? Which is what you're talking about. Vice Chair Lieber.
Yeah, and just to finish my comments, I think we're all on the same page that the system that we have right now works. And these are ideas coming forward from one member, and they're very good, very substantial ideas. And so in January and then every month, we can each bring forward our ideas and say whether we would want it to be a work group, a one-time hearing, or what have you, or we inform people about a certain type of hearing that we're doing in our own districts. And I think the way that we've been doing it leaves the freedom for each of us to reflect our district, because we have very different districts, with the exception of the controller who has the whole state. And then, you know, as it's kind of fluid as we're doing it now too, when different urgent topics come up, we're able to deal with them. So we'll kind of leave it a little bit of latitude like that. But I would appreciate it if Mr. Vasquez would bring it back in January, and these are very good suggestions coming forward from him. But I don't want staff to do a whole analysis of every point, because we may say, well, that simply isn't going to fit into this year, and here staff has written a page and a half about it, and that wouldn't necessarily be effort well placed. But I think we've chewed on this item really well now at this point, so it's good.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Himmelfitz. We appreciate it. And I think we'll take a break now if we could. It's 3:30, and we'll resume at 3:40. Okay, wonderful. We're back from our break. It is now 3:42. And the following item is item number 12, the Executive Director's Report. Ms. Stowers, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. My report today will be brief. I'll be providing some updates on past events. Let's first start that on November the 12th to the 14th, the California Lawyers Association held their annual meeting, Tax Bar and Tax Policy Conference. Chief Counsel, Mr. Richard Moon, participated in the Chief Counsel Roundtable. That included other chief counsels of the other state agencies, the Office of Tax Appeal, the California Department of Tax and Fee, and the Franchise Tax Board. Each chief counsel provided an update and on notable event within their agencies. Also, Mr. David Lujan participated on a presentation with other attorneys on succession, Prop 13, and documentary transfer tax. We were happy for the invitation. It's always a great time for like minds to meet together at this conference. Next, members, we had our annual meeting with this tax agency liaison meeting hosted by the California Society of Enrolled Agents. That meeting took place on October 29th. Mr. Ted Angelo, Mr. David Young, and Ms. Lisa Thompson participated virtually and provided presentations on available education resources, disaster relief, legislation, and legislation impacting property taxation. This was our fourth appearance, and we're very grateful for being invited again. Then, as I alluded to earlier, I had my meeting with the BOE Advisory Council on November 6th. We had a really good discussion about the activities of the Board of Equalization. We talked, again, pretty much the same thing, disaster relief, property tax law changes, and very helpful, and we're informing them about the changes that we're making in our organization. That concludes my report.
All right.
I'm available to answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Members, any questions? All right. All right, yeah, we've asked them, that's right. All right, thank you.
My
Ms.
team
Stowers.
will follow.
Wonderful, yeah, we've got item 13, operational priorities, presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. For the record, I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our operational priorities. We continue to work on our workforce planning to ensure the long-term success of our property tax programs. Since our last meeting, we have filled 3 positions. One is a promotion of an internal candidate to a senior analyst role, and the other 2 are new hires filling an appraiser and tax auditor position. We are also strengthening our succession planning efforts by identifying future skills needs and building internal talent to support long-term continuity. We've expanded our knowledge transfer activities to preserve critical expertise, especially in our most technical program areas, and these efforts will ensure we have a capable and prepared team in place for the years to come. And members, today I am pleased to report that we have completed the agency's portion of the appraiser and auditor appraiser classification project in partnership with our service provider, CDTFA. It's a major milestone on a long overdue project that we've been working on. It's been needed for decades. And the next steps are a formal approval process with CalHR and then the State Personnel Board. We're confident in the quality of our work and optimistic about our path forward. We're remaining cautiously optimistic that everything will be smooth sailing through the final stages. And we'll continue to keep you updated as we progress through these steps, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? No, thank you very much. Very excited about the auditor appraiser progress.
Yes, so are we.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office's report presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Gaines and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. As far as the total number of completed cases for October 2025, we completed 23. One was in Chairman Gaines' district, District 1. 9 were in Vice Chair Lieber's district, District 2. 7 were in Member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 6 in Board Member Schaefer's district, District 4. Of those 23 cases, 17 were in the valuation category and 6 in the administrative category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda notice identifies all those topics. However, the topic in the valuation category with the highest number of completed cases or exclusions from reassessment was 6, and the highest number in the administrative category was penalties and penalty cancellations with 2. For the exclusion cases, 3 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, 2 pertain to base year value transfers for seniors, and 1 pertain to a base year value transfer for disaster relief. That concludes my update, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Item 15, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report by Mr. Young.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines, honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So for you today, I have 3 reports. The first 2 will be by Ms. Lauren Keach. She'll present the letters to assessors and the appraiser training and certification program updates, and I will follow with the report on what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. So if you're ready, I'll turn it over to Ms. Keach for the first 2.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you. Ms. Keach.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. I'm Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I'll provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs issued since the report at the last board meeting, and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, the agency has issued a total of 38 LTAs for calendar year 2025, and 2 since the last report at the last board meeting. Those 2 LTAs are summarized as follows. An LTA to publish a correction to Attachment B of the 2026-27 income levels for the welfare exemption, and an LTA from the State Assessed Properties Division to issue the 2026 calendar for the valuation of public utilities and railroads. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? No? We're good. Thank you.
Okay. I will go on then to my next report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program for the 2025-26 fiscal year. BOE staff scheduled 40 classes and 2 webinars. In addition, 7 classes have been scheduled with instructors in the county assessor's offices for their staff. For courses taught by the BOE, 16 have been completed since the beginning of the fiscal year and 4 since the last board meeting. For courses taught by the counties, 4 have been completed since the beginning of the fiscal year. We continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses that are available on our website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? No. Thank you, Ms. Keach.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. And Mr. Young.
Yes, thank you again. So I'm going to close out with an update as to what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. So there are a couple of things that are really taking up much of our time and effort right now. The top amongst those are staff continues to work on the remaining assessment appeals. There's 10 left. We're working very diligently on them, and they will all need to be decided by the end of this year. So by December, they should be before you. They will be before you. The other thing that we're also working on is our audits. They're all completed. They are now in various stages of review, internal review, and those with audit findings will come before you for board action. Another thing that we've been working on is also the state assessee letter. We send out a newsletter every single year advising state assessees of filing requirements, relevant deadlines. That has been completed. It's been posted on our website and is available and will actually be sent out to our state assessees by next week. And then I say the last, but definitely not the least. As of November of 2024, the California Public Utilities Commission issued a decision, and that decision affects VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol providers. Their decision was to treat them as regulated telephone companies. And as such, as you all know, the board's central assessment jurisdiction, our ability to assess property in California that is separate and aside from the county assessors and local assessment, is under the California Constitution, and it provides explicit direction for us to assess property of regulated telephone companies. So as such, with that decision, they become state assessees. The PUC has issued a list of several hundred entities that are now formerly just VoIP, but now are regulated as telephone. So they will fall under our jurisdiction. Our team has been reviewing that list, going through to see which ones are duplicates and which ones are already part of an entity that we already assess because they are not only VoIP, but already are telephone companies. And we're getting ready to send out some communications to those affected companies, advising them of the switch in jurisdiction. And starting January 1 of 2026, their responsibility will be to actually file and report to us, to the board. So it can be, we're right now going through the process of basically evaluating which companies, how they'll be assessed, whether they have enough taxable tangible property to even make it on the tax roll. We do have a de minimis amount. So that work is starting, and it's going to take up a whole lot of our time next year. So just wanted to let you guys know that this could have a major impact on our central assessment duties as the board. Right now, we have on our board roll right around 312, 313 assessees. There's a possibility that that number may grow probably by another 100. It all depends on our screening of those entities. And we will be working with the county assessors in the coordination. Their property was always taxable, but just now there's a switch from local assessment to central assessment by the state, by us, the board.
Okay.
So with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions? Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Controller.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. You said there's a de minimis threshold to
Yes.
report to the Board of Equalization. Do you know what that threshold is?
Yes, it's $2,000.
$2,000? And then, has there been any initial outreach done? And I guess what I'm trying to say is there like major VoIP players? There's like a top 4, top 5 in the industry, or is it the list of 100 pretty, everyone's kind of ranging everywhere?
The answer is yes on both accounts. There's always a couple of big players, but the list right now, the initial list that we have is about 800 entities. And we'll have to go through each one to make sure that, one, they're not duplicates, and two, when they file, we'll have to figure out whether they have the de minimis amount in taxable property.
And then the last question is the nexus with California. I don't necessarily know too much about VoIP, but is there also a certain threshold for doing business in California to be on the list, or is it just these are nationwide?
Yeah, so if you're a VoIP provider in California, in the past, the CPUC has taken a stance that you're basically an internet provider primarily, but they have now basically in their decision said, it looks like telephone service, it acts like telephone service. We can't think of how it would not be telephone service. And I'm paraphrasing, but basically that's their decision. It's functioning as telephone. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Young, my review of, with my chief, he said you were citing San Diego, one of my counties, for failure to consistently apply penalties when the business property statement is filed late. Could that be that maybe it wasn't applied because there was a showing of good faith? Does the assessor have that authority? Would waiver for good faith have to come before the board? I was wondering if good faith basis for filing it late might be practiced by the assessor removing the penalty, and maybe that's why your observation is that he's failing to consistently apply penalties. What problem do we have there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Was that? Yeah, okay. It's a letter basically publishing our survey of San Diego County's assessment practices.
Oh, I remember he did not respond to that. I got a letter a couple months ago, and you pointed out that there were no response from certain counties, and I've talked to him about that.
Yeah, so, I mean, that will be released as an LTA, publishing that report. But to answer your question in general, the assessor actually is required by statute to apply the penalty if the filing is late. I believe that the proper course, if they challenge it, is to bring it before the Assessment Appeals Board at the local level.
Right. I'd like to know if there's any deficiencies because I feel responsible for his performance. I do have a meeting with him every few months, and I'd like to have something to discuss with him, you know, and that's his missing on that letter from a couple of months ago is something that I did discuss recently because I want to see his perform. You're talking here that slightly below the required number of audits performed annually. I'm not aware if the assessor is performing audits. We're performing audits. Am I right there?
You are correct. We both do the same parallel functions. We perform audits on our state assessees, those 312 that I just mentioned earlier. The assessors do the same function with their local assessees. There is provisions in statute, is 469 in the Revenue and Taxation Code. There is a minimum number of mandatory audits they must perform. It used to be on a yearly cycle, now it's on a 4-year cycle. So they take a look at a 4-year period and there's X amount. Some of the smaller counties have to perform fewer. Some of the larger counties like LA and San Diego, they have to perform many more.
It might be helpful to the system of when you send a communication to a county assessor, you might put in the bottom PS, if we have no response within 60 days, a copy of it will be sent to the Board of Equalization. That might make them a little more vigilant. And I'd like to know.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Young. We'll now move to item 16, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, presented by Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines.
Good afternoon.
Honorable members. Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. The good news is I'm not going to be talking about audits today, so you have that going for you. I'm going to provide an update on legislative activity during the interim recess, which we're in right now, until the 25-26 second year session starts in January. The legislature finished the first half of session on September 13th, and all the bills that impact BOE that were signed by the governor are now being implemented by agency staff. Regarding disaster relief, which I've talked about before, all pertinent disaster relief legislation was signed into law, notably AB 245 Gibson, SB 293 by Senator Perez, and SB 663 by Senator Allen, McNerney, and Perez. Collectively do the following. They extend by 3 years to transfer the base year value that's already in place for the 5 years that's already in place under current law for property to a replacement home for fire victims in Southern California. It allows the assessors to account for damage that occurred as of January 1. And in some cases, it takes into account some of the disasters that took place in late 2024 when it comes to welfare exemptions and disabled veteran exemptions. It increases from 6 months to 3 years the timeframe for eligible taxpayers to timely file responses to assessors for unrecorded changes in ownership where property was reassessed due to a disaster. And it, as I mentioned briefly, it clarifies rules for when welfare exempt property remains exempt because it was wiped out, and same with disabled veteran properties, and it will remain so until a sale takes place. So if it's no longer going to be used for that purpose, it will no longer be exempt. And then it sunsets that out after like 10 years. I think it's 2033. I don't have it in front of me. Regarding next year, for January, we're currently researching the 2-year bills that have been provided to you on my weekly list that are in their first house to see if they plan to be scheduled for any committee hearings. As those bills must pass by the end of January. So bills in their first house that are 2-year bills have to get out by the end of January. Other bills in their second house will have mid-year committee deadlines, so they have a little more time to contemplate amendments for those. I continue to discuss potential legislative proposals with the committee consultants to identify any new initiatives, and when I say initiatives, I mean legislative concepts that may impact the BOE. As introductions are expected to begin filtering in during January of next year. So I think that's it for right now in terms of what we're looking at. I will be talking to those consultants about new ideas, and obviously there's always things that have come up last year and that became 2-year bills that either dealt with Prop 19 issues that you've already talked about today or other issues. Whether it's home hardening and whatnot. We'll see when those start to percolate, and then I'll be able to share the information with you. So all BOE analyses and amended analyses as needed for all active bills continue to be updated and posted on the website. My office also provides your offices with weekly reports that I referenced during the active part of the legislative session. So this concludes my report, and I'm free to answer any questions you might have. I know it's been a long day.
Yep. None for me. We okay? All right. We have one, yes.
We do have a new Senate Pro Tem president.
Yes. So Senator Monique Limon is officially going to be sworn in on January 5th, but she already had a ceremony to take over from Senator McGuire. So she's going to be the new Pro Tem of the State Senate. And unfortunately, she's going to be facing a budget deficit according to reports coming out today, even though last month we saw numbers higher than expected and projected for the fiscal year monthly fiscal reports. It was monthly fiscal reports, but then there was a report today, so they're projecting like a $16 billion budget deficit. So it's projections at this point. So it's not as daunting as it was when we first started falling into this budget cycle. But
Big,
16 billion,
that's just one report.
one report, okay.
yeah,
They're
big,
just starting to filter in today.
big congratulations to her. I know it's a very historic rise to leadership too. So looking forward, the controller and I, to working with her. I missed it. There was a bill signing ceremony, SB 429 by Senator Cortese, and it's the nation's first public catastrophic model for wildfires, and it's a way to set insurance rates, do it in a transparent and public way to inform and educate communities about wildfires, and it just got signed into law, and I think that's exciting. I know the senator's been leading us on a lot of that work, but I was really happy to see the legislators also focusing on this too. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Wonderful, yeah. Great. Member Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair. The only time we see legislators here is when they appear as a witness and always do a good job. I'd like to meet the leaders of the legislature, if any of them might want to be brought here and introduced by you to us in session. If you think of that, or, you know, the Senate leadership or the House leadership might like to be formally introduced to the August BOE, so they'll get to know us on a friendly basis, maybe feel that we're part of their leadership in the legislature. I would welcome having them appear briefly just to be introduced, maybe say something, and then depart. Thank you.
Well, if the calendars can be coordinated, you know, that's always a possibility.
Sure, thank you.
Excellent. Very well.
Thank you, members.
Yeah, thank you. Are we okay? We're good. Good, all right. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. We appreciate it. And I'd like to just open this up for any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak. And we don't have anyone in that regard, but AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone that would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
Items not on the agenda, yes.
If anyone has a public comment, you may press 10 on your telephone keypad.
Mr. Chairman.
And we have no one. You may continue.
Oh, great. Thank you, moderator. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, isn't this a duplication of item 1 on our agenda?
No, it's not.
No.
After each agenda item, Member Schaefer
Versus
will go
non-agenda.
out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we did non-agenda at the beginning, and then we do agenda at the end, actually throughout the hearing.
Oh, okay.
Right? Okay. Very good. So, members, any closing remarks that you would like to make? Yes. Member
Just
Vasquez.
thank you, Chair. I would like to just adjourn in the memory of two individuals that we lost this last month. One of them is the actress Diane Ladd, for all her contributions. She has, a history going back to 1974, where she's made several movies, plays. I guess one of the ones that really jumps out is her filming, the big one, I guess it was called Wild at Heart and Rambling Rose. And of course, Citizens Ruth. But she lost her battle with some kind of lung disease at the end of the day. But she'll be missed and survived by her daughter, Laura Byrne, and 2 grandchildren. And then lastly, but not least, we lost another young man from the Dallas Cowboys. He was only 24 years old. And I think it was the last month we were talking about mental health issues. It just seems to be a big issue. It sounds like this poor individual took his life. He was a young professional football player for the Dallas Cowboys. Marshall Keelan. It was a tragic loss on November 6th.
Yeah.
With that, close out, and hopefully everybody has a nice, safe, and hopefully not too filling Thanksgiving.
All right, very good. Vice Chair Lieber, any questions?
No, I have no
Comments?
closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll go to Deputy Controller Emery.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the controller for also coming in on this morning. It was a great, great meeting. Some sad news out of Oakland, and I've sit here and talk about the city of Oakland quite a bit, but there's an athletic director, a former head coach, a football legend, Coach John Beam, who was shot and killed on campus just a couple days ago. He was featured on a Netflix series, Last Chance U. He made an incredible impact on young people, on current players in the NFL, former players in the NFL. He was shot on Thursday, and he ended up dying the following morning. And I just want to pay a big tribute to him. I never had a chance to meet him, but I heard many, many special things, and the people that he touched, and almost played a father figure type role. So may he rest in peace, and may the city of Oakland heal in this time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very, very sad, because he was making a lot of progress with individuals that needed some guidance, right?
Absolutely, and my father attended Laney College. Myself, I was born in Oakland. Just the day before, there was a shooting at Skyline High School, in what is not necessarily a troubled area of Oakland, but it just tells you that the gun violence needs to stop.
Absolutely, and we'll adjourn in his memory, and grateful for the impact that he had on dozens, I would imagine. I don't know how many players came through his team that he impacted, but
There was this past Sunday there during the NFL games, there's a Chicago Bears player who caught a interception, gave a tribute to him, and it was a former player who, and afterwards he spoke to the media and said that his father was shot and killed in Oakland, and Coach John Beam took him and his brother in and was a great father figure in their life. So, you just hope for justice and peace,
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So we will now adjourn the meeting. Our next board meeting will be on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Maley State Office Complex in Sacramento. Thank you.